because transparency that should be such that it should not affect what at some point is will not affect what at some point is well in the interest of is protected by the shroud of national security. The integrity has to be omnipresent, whereas integrity has been reduced to the code of ethics and health ethics, and people believe that this is universal cure. Unfortunately, it is not. And we witnessed the previous period where we saw obvious presence of corruption and the lack of reaction. So we have to turn towards to examine the issue, address the issue, and try to minimize the scope for corruption. Political corruption, the issue of political corruption. Maybe some of you don't. Happened in 1910. Then we have case that 10,000 votes were deleted because because of the mistake of feeding in the data in the register and not maybe the algorithm, and that is the point from where we've become aware of the political corruption. Very often, the cases of political corruption didn't result in any investigation, and even if there was some investigation, they were in the wrong first step. First started with Pozitivna Party and Mr. Pajovic, followed by Drago Đurović case from Nikšić and Đaković from Budva. We, if we want to see this process that started as a huge step forward, and that is the democratic transition of Montenegro, if we want to turn blind eyes to the fact that some MPs claim that they will change the political will of our citizens expressed at the elections of September this year. And then we are all silent. So if 40 plus one, if we have a case of a person who would change sides due to some debt, some monetary interest, because of any reason, if that person is pressed hard to act as such, then it's not ideology, it's corruption. So it is the interest of some political structures who want to continue as they did before, or they want to reclaim their positions. Well, maybe you haven't noticed, but in Montenegro, everything is about money in Montenegro. Minister of Finance said, and you might not have heard, he said that some 200 million euros are lost, have been lost every year, and over the examined period, it amounted to 6 billion. So why we always talk about rigging of votes if we have democracy, and if through democracy we should elect the best among us. Only if we do so, we could benefit from it. If we do the resetting of the political will of our citizens, then all of us will have a problem. Has anyone considered the effects of this situation, and if we then wonder why this hasn't happened immediately after, didn't happen happen immediately after the elections? I hope that Montenegro will overcome this situation with dignity, whereas other forms of corruption are not accidental at all. If the measure of corruption is the petty corruption at the very low positions, then it's irrelevant because the eroding factor in every society is high-level corruption, and it involves political leaders and political spheres. Political circles. If policy is and politics is positive, then everyone takes it for granted. As we have we've seen lots of affairs. Criminal affairs and incidents, and many of them were reported by the European Commission. So what was the epilogue? The epilogue was impunity. And when we have to live with impunity, then all sorts of things are possible. So we have to see that offenders are brought to justice, and we have to foster a transparency. So I'm concerned with the fact that there was no move forward in one sphere, which remained in a way limited in capacity, and that is judiciary. If we don't change the situation in prosecutorial services, in judiciary in general, then we'll have nice conclusions and we might go home happy that we have done something, whereas we haven't moved from a standstill position. That is why I want to thank you for the encouragement that we get, and inspirations that we get from you. And I believe that every citizen should be very attentive to every intervention that will be, and every speech and exchange at this conference. So only with that we could put on our shoulders. Thank you for inviting me to the conference that will leave significant mark on what we do on our everyday life.
States. You're there with us, with our expert, Your Excellency. Take the floor.
Hvala, Vanya. Hvala. Good morning. Dobro jutro. Thank you all for being part of this very important conference. Prime Minister, thank you for your very effective opening remarks, which helps to set the tone for the entire conference. And members of the media, thank you for being here. Personally, I'm honored to be part of this 14th National Anti-Corruption Conference. So I want to thank the Mons team for putting it together. I know it was not held last year, not because of a lack of interest in corruption, but because of our concern for public health. And I appreciate, Vanya and Mons, that you've provided an environment where we can be safe, and I'll do my best to respect the same provisions that you've put in place for our public health. But now we're talking about corruption. As many of you know, the conference itself today is not just 14 years old, but it represents the 16th year since the entry into force of the UN Convention Against Corruption, which is a landmark in this battle. The convention upholds the right of all peoples to be represented by governments that are transparent, accountable, and fair. We fight against corruption because of the deeply destructive and corrosive effect it has on societies and on democracies. We fight against corruption because of the disparities that it creates. We fight against corruption because it creates an environment that is fundamentally unfair. For example, let's look at the economic sphere. I recently participated in the launch of a U.S. Montenegro economic dialogue, which now serves as a constructive bilateral platform to advance economic ties and shared prosperity. So it's no surprise that the top theme of this bilateral dialogue, it relates to trade and investment. And I want to talk about investment. U.S. investors, just like every other investor, domestic or international, they care about exploring the wonderful opportunities here in Montenegro, as well as the wider region. However, it is the business climate that often gives them pause. Even when there are tantalizing opportunities, American firms are often looking for a level playing field where personal connections and bribes are not as important as a strong and compelling business concept. In particular, a lack of transparency in public procurement has been an issue that has plagued Montenegro for many years. And this can be a telltale sign Let me point to the Bar-Bolyeri Highway, which Mons has looked into over the years. It was touted as a crucial market-based investment project. Regrettably, while it will bring a wonderful highway for this country, something that is much needed, it also appears to be a textbook example of debt trap diplomacy, as well as a non-transparent process that was shrouded in a veil of secrecy regarding the terms of the agreement. Why? Why this secrecy? Well, it's still to be determined, but it's clear that it lacked transparency. And that's my point. In this and other projects, the lack of transparency has created a chilling effect on investments in Montenegro. Put simply, lack of transparency and corruption go hand in hand. It makes economies unreliable, and it makes them unattractive to investors. Now, let me just say the inverse, the opposite, is a vibrant, resilient, transparent economy. And that serves as a reliable recipe for growth that brings prosperity to all citizens. And that's why the fight matters. It's for the citizens. Ultimately, we seek transparency and fight corruption to ensure that everyone has a fair chance at a prosperous future. As part of our broader advocacy for transparency, accountability, and equity in governance, the United States has long championed the fight against corruption. But that doesn't mean we've always gotten it right. So let me just talk about the U.S. experience very briefly. Like many countries, the United States has experienced its fair share of corruption in government circles. In fact, one of the most infamous and notorious cases of corruption was called the Teapot Dome scandal. The Teapot Dome scandal occurred in the early 1920s, during which a cabinet-level official, the U.S. Secretary of Interior, was convicted of using the sale of U.S. government land, for which he was responsible by his position, to enrich himself and his family. He, at that point, became the first cabinet-level official to do prison time for corruption. The implications of that scandal at that time affected the president himself and shook the average American's faith in government. It took years of litigation and the establishment of stronger regulatory regimes to help restore this faith. And while our government today is definitely more transparent, our fight is not over. What drives us is the fundamental belief that everyone, including the rich, the powerful, and the well-connected, to be held equal before the law. I use that example just to give you a parallel to how the rest of the world has experienced corruption.
Recording in progress.
And this principle has pushed the United States constantly to strive to be more accountable and transparent in its governance. And I believe the striving itself does help make for a better democracy. But we must stay vigilant. All countries must stay vigilant. Allegations of wrongdoing must be investigated, and those who are guilty must be prosecuted. When corrupt officials enjoy impunity, which the Prime Minister made reference to, it sends a message from the top down that those who are elected to represent us can get away with breaking the law, often enriching themselves at the expense of the public good and the citizens. This simply cannot stand. So the United States has recently turned to the fight against corruption with renewed energy and force. So let me mention that in June of this year, President Joe Biden announced that this administration, my administration, prioritizes combating corruption as a new policy direction enshrined in a memorandum of policy. The memorandum itself identifies corruption and corrupt actors as a threat to U.S. national security. It has led to the development of the United States strategy for countering corruption, an extensive blueprint for addressing 5 strategic pillars of corruption, which was released by the White House on Monday. It lays out clear lines of effort that my government will undertake in this critical fight, both domestically and globally. As part of our effort, the U.S. effort, to support the fight against global corruption, the United States has gained a new tool besides the strategy itself, with President Biden's recent decision to expand the Western Balkan sanctions regime to include it within the scope, corruption and challenges to democratic institutions. Both of these are now sanctionable activities. This updated tool equips the United States to better support the fight against entrenched corruption here in the region, and specifically here in Montenegro. And as President Biden has said, when corruption is tolerated, economic growth slows, inequality widens, and trust in government plummets. Corruption and weak rule of law have severely weakened Montenegro's democracy, and as those of you who follow it closely know, it has slowed the country's Euro-Atlantic prospects and the prosperity of the citizens. Recognizing the damage that corruption has caused, the United States will continue to support this country in rooting out endemic corruption, whether donating equipment to improve the operations of the courts or organizing training on prosecution on how to address high-level corruption. My team at the U.S. Embassy has been inspired by the spirit and drive of many individuals on the front line of this fight. I'm sitting by one of them, who remain committed to tackling corruption. I note that Montenegro has made some institutional progress in combating corruption, including, I will say, a more activist approach by the Agency for the Prevention of Corruption, and some recent successes by the Office of the Special State Prosecution in the fight against organized crime. I commend both of these actions. However, much more needs to be done. The public deserves real results. Recent events have made it clear that Montenegro urgently needs a strong, independent, impartial judiciary to ensure that those who break the law are held accountable regardless of their connections. Civil society does have a vital role in the fight, and I do want to commend Mons and every other organization that works tirelessly to identify and expose corrupt practices and actors. You are the fighters. You're the fighters who shed light into dark corners of corrupt activities. You're fighters who expose wrongdoing. You deserve the support of every one of us, everyone in this room, everyone who is watching, and everyone who values fairness and equal treatment before the law. Now is the time to break the scourge of corruption, and so I do encourage the government of Montenegro to take practical steps to transfer its proclaimed intentions into concrete results in the fight against corruption, including pursuing high-level corruption cases. Commitment and conviction must now be turned into courage and action. So as I close, the United States continues to support the fight against corruption in Montenegro, and I'm pleased to be able to support this conference and the ongoing work of Mons. In particular, I'm pleased that for this conference, the U.S. Embassy was able to facilitate the participation of one of our experts, Mr. Richard Pilger, who is the director of the Election Crimes Branch in the U.S. Department of Justice in this conference, one of the themes that you've chosen to focus on. I know that he, as well as the long list of distinguished speakers over these next few days, will help to inspire and intensify the work that lays ahead. I would also like to note that today begins a 2-day Summit for Democracy that is being hosted by President Biden, and I'm pleased that the government of Montenegro, represented by the Prime Minister, will be part of this online Summit for Democracy, in which corruption remains an important theme. So for all of you, thank you for your participation. And again, I thank Mons for their initiative to keep the fight against corruption very visible and to shed light on this damaging and dangerous practice. Thank you.
Hvala vaša ekscelencijo na tom inspirativnom govoru i zaista lijepim riječima.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for nice and inspiring words. Now I call upon Ambassador of Italy to Montenegro, coming from a country that has a good track record in fighting corruption, and we have most in common with them mentality-wise, and that is why we could learn from them how they went about fighting corruption and how they had managed to make a good track record. We are going to hear from 3 experts from that country, and let me first ask Ambassador Excellency, Dame.
Months for organizing this important conference, for inviting me at its opening. This intervention offers me also the chance to underline the meaning of the Council of Europe. Democracy, rights, rule of law are the core values of this organization. And our presidency will prioritize a recommitment to these shared principles, focusing also on social inclusion, promotion of the rights of women and young people, protection of cultural heritage. Our attention will be also devoted on fostering rule of law, judicial reforms, protecting media freedom. It is therefore a privilege to be able to address the audience of an event touching precisely upon some of these important themes. Themes that are of utmost interest, I think, for Montenegro in particular, with a view to achieving further results in the process to become, and I do hope as fast as possible, the next European Union member state. The European perspective of the Western Balkan countries, and of Montenegro in particular being the most advanced candidate, is a pillar of the Italian foreign policy. Italy being a neighboring country, it is quite clear to us how this perspective is crucial to ensure regional stability, economic progress, and social development. Political parties, free access to information, public procurement, confiscation of proceeds from criminal activities. All the main topics of these, of the various panels of this conference are delicate issues especially for a candidate country. It seems to me, and here I do agree with my American colleague, that they are also at the heart of any transparent and democratic institutional functioning, as well as transparency of an economic environment. Exchanging information on best practices and models applied by international partners sharing the same values is an advantage for Montenegro. I am glad that Italy is contributing to this conference, as it was indicated, through top experts from our anti-mafia national system, as well as we all have a common enemy, organized crime with its financial power and its capability to spread corruption, also at the political level, as it was mentioned by the Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, combating serious crime and tackling corruption are crucial tasks for a solid European perspective of the Western Balkans. It is, however, sometimes underestimated how doing so, especially in the case of corruption, is not just about ensuring public order, but is actually helping in improving living conditions and opportunities for economic development in our societies. For example, our anti-corruption authority has suggested several priorities to concentrate upon in international cooperation, and I think this would be important also at any national level. Coupling of the repressive with the preventive approach, precise and effective procedures to deal with conflicts of interest and whistleblowing, transparency in public procedures and activities, promoting digitalization of information and data collection, focus on public procurement, effort in education and awareness raising in the society. Allow me to remind at this point that the Italian Anti-Corruption Authority has assisted the Montenegrin counterpart in its initial setting up thanks to an EU-funded twinning project. This assistance led to the reinforcement of integrity measures, protection of whistleblowers, as well as to recommendation for implementing the law on lobbying activities. However, I do agree with other speakers, much work still lies ahead. Italy is continuing its concrete support to Montenegro on various aspects related to the rule of law. Besides managing important EU funded projects in this field, the Italian Ministry of Interior has also developed an intense bilateral police cooperation, ranging from training activities to the fight against drug trafficking to border and migration management. A mission of our Guardia di Finanza, for example, is presently providing technical assistance to the Montenegrin border police. We are working to expand our collaboration to new sectors, in particular combating eco-mafias and fighting illegal trafficking of cultural properties. The Anti-Mafia and Counter-Terrorism National Prosecution, a directorate of our Minister of Justice, has recently accepted in cooperation with an Italian-funded OSCE regional project to advise this government in elaborating amendments to the law on confiscation of proceedings from criminal activities. And tomorrow, as I anticipated, our expert will be illustrating the Italian model related to preventive seizures and confiscation of assets originated by organized crime. An efficient system of confiscation, I underline that, is indeed one of the most effective weapons against serious crime, including corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, I conclude by confirming that high-level events like this conference offer Montenegro a unique opportunity to concretely build upon experiences of other democracies. Allow me to be clear and a bit more general. I do hope that the Montenegrin political system at all levels will concretely treasure opportunities like this one, overcoming sterile polarization through an inclusive and constructive dialogue among all those forces truly committed to transatlantic values and to reforms needed to join the European Union, its principles, its standards. Thank you.
Vaša ekscelencija, na zaista zanimljivom govoru i ukazivanju na neke uglove koje mi u Crnoj Gori ponekad zaboravimo s obzirom na to koliko smo često i intenzivno okruženi korupcijom. Sada mi je veliko zadovoljstvo da zamolim šefa delegacije Europske unije da vam se obrati. Delegacija Europske unije je bila partner godinama i vladi i nevladinom sektoru i medijima u Crnoj Gori da pokušamo da naučimo od njih kako su i na koji način su obezbijedili da se dese konkretni rezultati i onim državama koje su skorije došle u EU, ali i onim zemljama koje su poznate kao stare demokratije. Koliko god nam je bilo teško da neka od tih iskustava primijenimo u naš sistem koji je još uvijek daleko od toga, bilo je krajnje inspirativno učiti i gledati kakve su nam perspektive. I veliko nam je zadovoljstvo da i danas imamo predstavnika delegacije Europske unije da vam kaže nešto više o tome šta one misle da treba da budu prioriteti u ovoj oblasti. Izvolite.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Prime Minister, colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, big thanks to the organizers of this conference for organizing it to start with, because I think it's very important. It was just said by other speakers. And also for inviting the European Union, of course, and for providing us the opportunity to say a few words at the start of it. Today is the word marks the International Anti-Corruption Day. It's a day which aims at raising awareness of corruption, about corruption, and the impact that corruption has on our society. As it was said before, we will be talking today about Montenegro mainly, obviously, but corruption goes through borders, knows no borders, and no country is free from it. You heard examples from other countries that have gone through that, and again, this is an international scourge, as it was said. Overall, corruption damages our society, the core of our society. It weakens our institutions, also because it erodes the trust the citizens have in those institutions. And it finds its way to infiltrate education, public procurement, health, recruitment in the public sector, and many, many other fields. Practices of corruption are obviously very difficult to eradicate. We are all aware about that. We're discussing about methodologies and practices today. And also we know, because we have written in our reports for many years that, and I think there is a little bit of an agreement on that, that in Montenegro, corruption remains prevalent in many areas. The problem is complex. However, the complexity of the problem should not discourage the state institutions from fighting effectively against it, or at least trying to do so. What is it that we need? I think the word transparency was mentioned by the Prime Minister, by colleagues, and I think that's a key word. We need accountable decision makers. We need transparent and strong institutions. We need policies that need to be shaped, however, needs to be implemented with transparency and under public scrutiny. And we need an environment which encourages journalists, civil society organizations, citizens to speak up freely, to report corruption without fear of any negative consequences. This, in a word, is transparency, and it's also the implementation of rule of law, and I will come back to that very briefly. Before doing so, maybe a reference to our report, the report of the European Commission, which was just published in October. As you know, it's a report which comes up every single year, which provides a picture of the situation in all Western Balkan countries, including Montenegro, of course, when it comes to all the specific fields that are being part of the negotiations, covered by our negotiations for accession. What do we say when it comes to the fight against corruption if compared to the previous year? As it was said, and we very much agree on that, the Anti-Corruption Agency, which is now have a new management, has been overall more proactive than it was the case previously. Certainly in stepping up its communication and outreach activities, which is always very good, but also in addressing issues, in addressing the caseload pending from previous years. So that's very positive. Despite this positive trend overall, however, there are still challenges related to the agency, and not only. When it comes to the agency, the independence of the agency should be protected and strengthened. And also the action of the agency itself needs some improvement when it comes to, for instance, the quality of its decisions,
the selective approach to use when the decisions are taken, and so on and so forth. More in general, not related to the agency, but in general, the action developed by the authorities, in particular by the judiciary, the track record of investigations, prosecutions, final convictions, in particular in cases of high-level corruption, has somewhat improved. There are some signs of improvement, but very much remains to be done and very much remains to be consolidated in this area. And also, as the Italian ambassador pointed in particular, the importance of seizures and confiscation. This is crucial, and this is something on which very little, if I may say, was done. In any case, the amount and the quality of that action is still too limited in Montenegro. Now, let me say a couple of words when it comes more in general to the process of enlargement and the role somehow, the share, the space that this has, that anti-corruption has in this relation. The European Union is by definition a community of law. It's a community which is based on the respect of the rule of law. And obviously the fight against corruption is part and parcel of a properly functioning rule of law. And therefore, by definition, it lies at the heart of the Montenegro EU path and the EU process of negotiations and the EU process of eventually becoming a member state in the future. So we need, in order to move on this process, we need a clear, irreversible progress also on reform, on anti-corruption, and everything else which is laid out in what we call, as you know, Chapter 23 and Chapter 24 of the accession negotiations. So progress in that area is absolutely crucial and is a precondition for progress on the overall path of Montenegro. The challenges that are ahead of us in the area of anti-corruption need to be tackled forcefully, with a clear commitment of the authorities and involvement of all the relevant stakeholders. So this is something that I believe Montenegro owes not certainly to the European Union, but owes mainly to itself and to the future and the well-being of its own citizens. When it comes to the European Union, as I hope you know and trust, the European Union is at your side in supporting you in this endeavor, is supporting it financially, but policy-wise, and we continue to do so and be there in the future. So thank you very much again for the invitation, and may I wish a good proceedings of the seminar and the conference today. Thank you very much.
Puno što ste nas podsjetili na neke osnovne vrijednosti i principe na kojima počiva Evropska unija.
Thank you for reminding us of the basic principles that the European Union rests upon. Assistant to the Minister of the Netherlands is here with us. The Netherlands is known for insisting on principles when it comes to Chapter 23. Maybe politicians are, because of that, disappointed, but we are grateful to you because we think that establishing of standards is crucial, not the speed of the progress. And we are pleased that you're here. You may take the floor and address us. Thank you.
Excellencia, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Corruption in its simplest definition is the abuse of power for private gain, which sounds pretty simple, doesn't it? The phenomenon is extremely complex, it's difficult to solve, and it's too ignore. Corruption is found in all countries, big and small, rich and poor, and we've talked about it this morning. It's found in the EU, it's found in my country, and it's found in Montenegro. Now, there are financial costs to corruption, and with so many experts here in the room today, I know I'm not saying anything new, but I do want to reiterate the staggering numbers. So the World Economic Forum put the cost of corruption worldwide at 2.6 trillion USD per year. And businesses and individuals worldwide pay over $1 trillion in bribes a year. And if you look at the EU, the Commission estimates that we're losing 120 billion euros a year on corruption, which is the equivalent of the whole EU budget. But the cost of corruption is more than the sum of the lost money, right? It diminishes public trust in government and institutions, and that's a precious good that we shouldn't be wasting. So I'm a civil servant, and let me make this concrete. Conflict of interest and corruption are very important topics for all of us working sector. And all of us in our lives, we wear different hats. So I'm a civil servant, but I might also be a mom of a child trying to get into a good school, or a daughter of someone who might have been put on a waiting list for an urgent medical treatment, or a friend of someone who's trying to get a job at a company that I work with. And these multiple roles that we have means that we have different interests and different loyalties, and they can easily coexist. But there might also be times that they compete or even clash. So public service is about protecting the common good. Our duty is to the citizens, to the taxpayers, and the public has to be able to trust that integrity is a leading factor in decision-making. So I'm sure that it doesn't come as a surprise to you that the Netherlands is big and adamant on rule of law. And that means that we will keep a close eye on the progress or on the lack of it. And this year's EU progress report is clear, limited progress, which means that there is still a way from declared intentions to concrete results. And this is why conferences like these are important, bringing together institutions, politicians, civil society, and the international community to help us understand the phenomenon, including the enabling environment, to help sharpen the procedures and to keep government alert and to make sure that citizens are getting value for their money. So organizations like MONS, dedicated and passionate experts, and I know that Ms. Chalovic has been working in this field for such a long time, and I really have a lot of respect for the dedication that you show every day. So organizations like MONS working next to and together with government are an asset to Montenegro. An active and involved citizenship is a sign of a mature democracy. So the fight against corruption is a complicated topic. It has lots of different layers and it takes time to get right. But ultimately, it comes down to behavior, to our own behavior and to the behaviors of others that we tolerate or facilitate. Thank you.
Hvala vam na zaista lijepim riječima. Veliko mi je zadovoljstvo da zamolim zamjenika ambasadora Velike Britanije u Crnoj Gori da vam se obrati. To je zemlja koja nas je podržavala, ja mislim, u poslednjih 10 godina u našim naporima da se kriminalizuje nezakonito obogaćenje. Kada smo o tome počeli da pričamo, zvučalo je kao potpuna utopija. Evo sada smo izgleda na korak od toga i zaista smo srećni zbog toga i zadovoljni smo što imamo bar neku perspektivu kada je u pitanju to pitanje. Izvolite, gospodine Ari, hvala vam još jednom.
Predsjedniče vlade Krivokapiću, vaše ekscelencije.
President, Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you very much for this opportunity to say a couple of words. British ambassador shares the position of my colleagues about the effects of damaging effects of corruption and the commitment to improve implementation of international standards here, because corruption is international problem, and UK supports Montenegro in this fight against a common threat. We have supported institutions that do the oversight of institutions. We build partnership between law enforcement of British. We work together on legislative framework. I want to stress particularly the support that the experts from UK provided to Ministry of Justice on seizure of property, of criminal assets, and this is something that it will give opportunity to judiciary to criminally charge and convict tax evasion, to identify and confiscate the criminal assets and to have a chilling effect on all criminals. I want to thank Vanya and the team of MANS for their dedicated and tireless work in the fight against corruption. The British the fight against corruption rests upon the fight of NGOs against corruption, for example, in terms of prevention of bribery, and it was the law that was adopted after 12-year-long lobbying by NGOs and international NGOs like Transparency International, which led tireless campaign to have this law adopted finally. It is great to see that the representatives of government and parliament are present at this conference in large numbers, which means that they are open to constructive criticism and advice of NGOs and experts. Only with relying and being open towards the suggestions of professionals and academia, we could make a way forward. And to that end, I wish you successful work. You heard this is the 14th conference in a row, and when we started, there was a general feeling that nothing could happen, especially in the field of political corruption and high-level corruption. We knew that the condition to have political changes is something that could render better results in these fields, but we had great expectations, but nothing that didn't happen, and we were very optimistic when we heard the Prime Minister saying that it will be priority, the fight against corruption would be a priority of his government, and we thought that this would be a reform government, that this will be the government that will enable the something that we fought for so many years, but we understood that it is not a reform government because it doesn't have support of the majority in the parliament that elected it, so it had to fight to survive more than to provide reforms. We believed also that it will be the most would be the most transparent government, and we wanted to see that they make track records, and this is what we expected. We wanted this to happen, especially in the fields where there is the largest amount of money in circulation, and we wanted to prevent and preempt corruption in those fields, and we wanted to see more transparency. And if a decision maker or official, whoever knows that everything he or she does will be made public, then they would think twice before doing anything against the law. So we see that, there are people who benefit from corruption, and then starts a vicious circle that is hard to break. So when we make the first step wrong, then it's very difficult to break this vicious circle. That is why the key role of this government is to provide transparency, because we saw that there were some bad practices, foul practices, which we thought would stop with the new incumbency. However, it doesn't take place, at least at the level we expected. We still have the partisan recruitment. In Western democracy, it is corruption in employment. In DPS time, we called it an ordinary stuff. It was taken for granted. Now we saw it as a part of partisan and coalition agreements, whereas we expected to have independent, impartial institutions that will make sure to enforce laws no matter who's in power. We see that they don't want, the new incumbency don't want to liberate institutions, but just to take them over. They didn't want to quash political interests and eliminate political interests from administration. On the contrary, we saw that they didn't do it. That is why, with due understanding and the fact that that we should give opportunity to the new recruitments. However, it should be done with responsibility, full responsibility of an official. We need to enable good recruitments, but also to have those who hold a job with administration but do not do the work and provide results whose performance is poor. They have to leave. And this is equally important. What is important and what we learn from practices of other countries is that wherever the power, the government changed or the incumbency changed, we saw the cases that, for example, new incumbency and officials from those ranks took over the previously corrupted project, and the most radical case of this is Russia. So we had tycoons who funded political parties, and then they covered with a shroud of political parties in order to preempt being prosecuted. We have it in Serbia. We have some parties and players and NGOs who they fund and who protect the incumbency by giving them the aura of legitimacy. So we need to see that the new old tycoons are here, and there are some who are out of the game but want to reconnect with the incumbency. And this is where I see your role, Mr. Krivokapic, Mr. Prime Minister. You have to publish data to break that vicious circle of secrecy and secret projects where corruption, corruptive activities are still present. And one of this is the case of a highway project. We saw that some information were published. This is the biggest project ever in history in Montenegro, because we are going to pay for it for years to come. We don't know where our money goes, and we know that some companies which were very close to former incumbency were involved, and we see that there are so earners from this. If we don't have an expertise in the government to establish what happened in the case of complex case of project highway, well, then we could, if we don't have our own brains, then we should rely on international experts. We see our partners from international community here more than willing to help. So we should look into where the money is, and this is something that this project, is something that our grandchildren will have to pay, for which they will have to foot the bill. And I see that those practices are not at all accidental. And how can we use this dirty money then to fund the political campaign? If you don't find where the money comes from, then you kind of take a pretext of higher interests. And how can you then operate in democracy? We can't afford dirty money to have access to anything that is democracy. The loan funding political parties is a law that is very important and should be amended. What happens with the incumbency? Why don't they do something about that? The former incumbency adopted it, the former parliament adopted it, and they have to, it has to be amended. Why don't they change it? And I know why, because we have Podgorica elections. So now we have both sides which have the access to enormous funds, and we know that they will abuse those funds and misuse those funds. So these are bad patterns of the old incumbency adopted by the new incumbency. So we have to cut it at its roots, because we'll see something growing as we saw in the previous 3 decades. We missed enormous time, a long time in this fight against corruption, and so we have a problem with the sound, sorry. Unfortunately, our fight against corruption goes against patriotic feelings, and patriotic feelings are very often a shroud that wicked ones hide behind. So we should not be a hub for that. We should eliminate privileged ones, privileges and entitlements. And we see that the new incumbency is tolerant to this. And we have to fight against that. We have Brano Micunovic. We have the people who are similar to him, and then we'll have the new one on board, but only belonging to the new incumbency. This country is not that rich to afford it. We can't afford to become food for grasshoppers. The time is running out for us in this regard. That is why this government at this moment has to be transparent. In our opinion, the law on free access to information is absolutely crucial, because it brings together all of this that I mentioned. So then we see the situation where media and NGOs, the civil society, detected and disclosed and presented the cases of corruption, and not the institutions of the system that was. So you know that we need to see true reform, genuine reform, to know who pays what, how the unlawful to stop unlawful enrichments. We need to have transparent records to that. You see, Norway publishes the financial information about every single individual, let alone politicians. So we fought the previous incumbency, the previous regime that involves that we need to make sure that no partner, no project, no business could be protected by the secrecy, and we want to have this transparency in place. And just look at Article 1 that we negotiated for ages. We should wait for this law to be good rather than have the faulty law. We need to see this law in place, fully amended. Our institutions won't be built overnight. No matter who is in power, unless we have good law and transparent system, we can't move forward. That is why our government has to be fully transparent. It should seek the assistance from international community, international experts to know what to make this key tool, this little constitution, as we call it in NGO circles. The law on free access to information should be the step forward to make transparent system where we would be able to pinpoint and to detect the cases of corruption. You work in very difficult circumstances against very hostile environment, I have to say. You know that the majority of in the ranks of administration were employed by the former incumbency. But if you're transparent and if you regulate yourselves accordingly, you create framework for those who come after you. Given the political circumstances of today, we can just think of we dare not think of what happens after you. You have to set the ground, to set the scene, and to set the system right for those to come. And I hope that the next year we'll talk about the track record that we made based on that. And I hope that we won't live on in this political agony. I want to thank my colleagues who have tried hard to organize this conference. I want to thank you that we'll have experts from various fields and we'll learn a lot from them. I want to thank them for the time and dedication. I want to thank Dutch Embassy and National Foundation for Democracy, NEDU, and for donors who are working as donors who have been working with us on some very interesting projects to come. It is very good that we have the institutions working, doing their job without any pressures, or no matter where they come from.
Hello, everyone. We are starting with the first panel, financing of political entities and election campaigns in Montenegro. I won't speak at length. I won't give an introduction because Mans already gave an introduction that we are going to watch now, actually. Evo, ne mora...
Zakon o finansiranju političkih subjekata izbornih kampanja propisuje maksimalni iznos novca koji može biti potrošen za izbornu kampanju da bi postojala fer konkurencija, a ne da samo oni koji imaju novac mogu učestvovati. Obavezuje partije da podnesu posebne izvještaje o finansiranju izborne kampanje. Zabranjuje da se sredstva sa računa za finansiranje redovnog rada koriste za kampanju, već se ona moraju prebaciti na poseban račun. Za nadzor nad sprovođenjem zadužena je Agencija za sprečavanje korupcije. Iako je državni budžet najveći zvanični izvor prihoda svih parlamentarnih partija, neke od njih i dalje ne objavljuju podatke o trošenju novca tokom izborne kampanje. Mans je na osnovu zakona o slobodnom pristupu informacijama tražio da partije objave svoje finansije, a zatim ocenjivao nivo njihove transparentnosti. Najtransparentnije su Demokrate, Forca i Bošnjačka stranka, a najmanje transparentne Prava i Ujedinjena Crna Gora, Pokret za promjene i Socijaldemokrate. Demokratska partija socijalista kao partija sa najvećim uplatama iz budžeta dobila je ocjenu transparentnosti od tek nešto preko 1. U toku izborne kampanje za parlamentarne izbore 2020. godine partije su povećavale troškove finansiranja redovnog rada u izbornoj kampanji u odnosu na isti period prethodne godine, i to najčešće zbog isplate fizičkim licima po osnovu ugovora o djelu, zarada, dnevnica, pomoći, stipendija, troškova goriva, hrane i pića, oglašavanja, naročito na Facebooku, računa za telefon i internet, te računarsku i telekomunikacionu opremu, usluga marketinških agencija kao i agencija za ispitivanje javnog mnijenja, štampe promotivnih materijala i isplate gotovine iz blagajne. Podaci o financijama političkih partija pokazuju da najmanje 450.000 eura troškova izborne kampanje nije plaćeno do kraja 2020. godine sa bilo kog računa ili iz blagajni partija. To znači da su im dobavljači produžili rok plaćanja, što ih dovodi u neravnopravan položaj u odnosu na druge, koji moraju da plate u razumnom roku, da su troškovi plaćeni u neprijavljenoj gotovini, da su dobavljači oprostili dugove partiji, što predstavlja nenovčanu donaciju, ili da je troškove platila treća strana, što također predstavlja neprijavljenu donaciju. Riječ je uglavnom o troškovima oglašavanja u domaćim i stranim medijima, kao i fakturama dobavljača iz inostranstva za izradu promotivnih materijala, ali i o dugovima prema kompanijama čiji vlasnici su povezani sa partijama. ASK nikada nije provjeravala da li i kako partije plaćaju troškove izborne kampanje, iako je na to obavezuje zakon. U okviru izmjena zakona neophodno je obavezati partije koje se finansiraju iz državnog budžeta da redovno objavljuju svoje finansije, precizirati rokove u kojima se moraju platiti troškovi izbornih kampanja, propisati strožije kazne za skrivene i neprijavljene donacije političkih partija, uvesti kontrolu plaćanja troškova od strane ASK-a i propisati redovne godišnje revizije finansija svih partija.
So we have heard this. Let me introduce our guest, Nikola Kavčić, member of the Senate for the State of the Institution. Momo Koprivica from the Democrats of Montenegro, Genci Nemambegu, is going to join us any minute. That's why we were a bit late with the beginning of this session. Dijan Novaković-Đurović, political director of the URA party, and Dejan Milovac from Mans. Mr. Kovačević, we have heard, we have seen things, we have seen that not much has changed since the government has changed a year ago. So how do you see the situation now? Hello, everyone. I wish to thank the organizers for invitation and the possibility to speak on this topic. I'll speak from the point of view of the state audit institution. State audit institution has dealt with this problem since 2012 upon the insistence of Greco, who asked the state audit institution to do the audit of financial reports of political parties. In the period from 2012 till 2016, we did the audit of financial reports of political parties and the audit of the reports on the costs for election campaigns. In 2014, we adopted a new law on funding political parties. And the most important thing is that the legislator defined supervision and control, which was assigned to the Anti-Corruption Agency. And then we were asked to do the consolidated financial statement of political parties. They gave the 1 year to establish the Anti-Corruption Agency, which started work in January 2016. In 2018, the agency did the audit of all the political entities whose costs exceeded the amount of 10,000 euro, which included 36 political entities during political parliamentary elections. In 2018, we got a law which defined that state audit institution did audit based on the methodological instructions provided. And it was our duty to do the audit of all political entities that have parliamentary status at the local or national level within 4 years. Until the last elections, these elections, local elections, we have audited 38 political entities. Mr. Koprivica, I don't have much room for some critical questions. You have a grade 5 out of big parties. DPS is the worst, which has just got something above 1, but there are also smaller parties in the current authorities that got 0. So they didn't provide a single paper from the position of someone who is currently in the government. Do you see room for improvement of transparency? Do you intend to have some legislative changes? How do you see the situation?
Thank you, and really inspired with this conference, and I cordially salute the organizers. The party I belong to got the highest score when it comes to transparency and financial operations, and we want to be transparent, to observe the law, to comply with the rules in order to be fair to citizens and to deliver on the pledges we gave to our citizens. So as we are here in the parliament, we behave the same as we did when we were in opposition. From year in and out, the political entities that were in opposition now, that are in power, cannot manage to organize themselves according to the law and to deliver on those commitments. So there are the problems with the rule of law coming from this element, funding the work of political parties. I think that this sphere is not fully regulated, and the party where I work and which I represent gave a very small portion, only 1% of the funds for the campaigning, and they're totally transparent. We worked in the campaigning, direct campaigning rather than campaigning in the classical meaning of this word. So in politics, you shouldn't do anything that you would be, you wouldn't feel right to present to the public or to be transparent about. So this is one of the imperatives that guides us in our work. We do not have any cashier or teller, and we maybe unlike other parties where we have an account. And we have the representative of the state audit institution, and he can confirm that. So we don't have any other account than the central one, and this contributes to our transparent operation. We don't have any liabilities. We don't have any deterred payments due, and we have always put all our documents to public scrutiny, and we submit reports to anti-corruption agency and to state audit institution, but we also put it on the website. We make we have very strict internal rules. All the recruitments that we do it by public calls for applicants, and through this institution, state employment institution, our members never took any travel fees from our party and per diems from the party budget, and in this way we try to preempt any abuses of this. Whenever we make any financial pledge, we do it by collective decision, and we got a positive report from the National State Audit Institution, and I believe that their reports encourage political entities and political players to comply with the rules in this field. Finally, we have to deal with the principle of more the money, more the rights. So we should fight with the or win sympathies, win support with the power of arguments and not power of money. Unfortunately. Okay, you set a good example. You scored with the highest score. We see that there are some partners from the ruling party, from the coalition and the opposition. They got bad scores. And now the question for Ms. Novakovic. Yes, we ended up with the old legislation. Yesterday, you you appointed the president of the State Election Commission, which was the process that didn't look regular enough or enough. Is it possible to redefine election legislation prior to Podgorica's election? Apart from having to comply in our financial operations with the law, bring it in compliance with the law, we have to make sure that all political entities play by all other rules as well. So we have to be competitive with other entities in the level playing field. We don't, for example, we don't use donations as a form of funding. Then our selfish interest would be to make sure that all entities do the same and that we implement it accordingly. No, it hasn't happened so far. We set up the committee for a comprehensive election reform, and we plan to have the new law on funding of political parties, political party financing. We want to come up with solutions that will be acceptable to both ruling and parties and oppositions. But you know that a part of opposition obstructed the process and it brought it to the standstill. Our legislative activity in this committee didn't deliver for that. My colleague Sharanovic and I were there, and we have presented 200 solutions and options how to implement them, and so. But we won't give up. We stood by the same proposals both when we were in opposition and when we are in the ruling coalition as it is right now. Most of amendments that we proposed were not adopted by the then ruling party, but now with different circumstances, we will again nominate the same amendments. And I believe that the anti-corruption agency was not independent enough and impartial enough. Had they done their job differently, then we would have maybe see some changes moving. But the changes in relation to legislation and legislative are brought at a standstill, and we hope that this legislative reform, together with the reform of anti-corruption agency, making it insulated or protected against all political pressures, will be a way forward. Let me hear from you. We worked about the law on freedom of religion, about the fundamental agreement with the church, and we believe that in the new committee session you will start with some new talks, and now we see the same practices. What was former opposition and now the ruling coalition, they behave the same. They didn't open their purses to public scrutiny.
Thank you. I wish to congratulate the International Day of Anti-Corruption, and I wish to congratulate the host of this conference month, which has been all this year a crucial institution for fighting corruption. And all the findings that MANS has found so far need to find an epilogue, but we need institutions that are depoliticized and professionalized. I'll come to that point. I think that, of course, the crucial precondition for starting creating conditions for free elections was, without dilemma, a change of the government, which was the beginning of the emancipatory policy we fulfill this criterion to have the possibility to change the government, which in itself is not a guarantee that things will move to the better. It's not a guarantee that the changes will take place immediately and with the pace and expected by the citizens, but that precondition did take place on the 30th of August last year. And I think what has remained the crucial task of the current ruling majority, including the political entity I belong to, are two things. The first one is to depoliticize the institutions and to professionalize institutions, primarily the institutions in the field of judiciary, courts and prosecutors' offices. And the second task is of this ruling majority is to organize fair and free elections next time. So the next report of ODIHR or any relevant institutions should not start with the sentence that a ruling majority had some kind of inappropriate advantage by abusing public resources, by having inappropriate media domination or coverage, etc. As you know, those were the findings of relevant international institutions while DPS was in power. If that happens as a finding in some future elections that should be conditionally saying prepared by this majority, it would be its biggest defeat. The citizens would recognize it and punish, and they should punish something like that. So I still believe that among political entities in the ruling parties and the oppositions, there is still room to resolve these two things in the society. As for URA, we are absolutely open. We have participated in all the processes, including the previous work in the Committee for Election Legislation. And the current one, I don't mean here only the law on financing political parties, but other laws as well, including media legislation. We probably haven't dealt with them adequately, and they're not in focus when we speak about election conditions. And we should, because they create the environment in which elections are held. But it includes other documents that could be improved in accordance with the OSCE or their recommendations, so that we have local and parliamentary elections in a fair and free atmosphere. My question for you is, because there was the intention that the institutions in charge of this have remained somehow captured by political parties. There was the situation where your MP voted with the current opposition for the newly elected president of the State Election Commission, while the other members from your party voted for the other candidate. So what was the motivation of your MP to vote with the opposition, not with the government, the ruling coalitions? This could be also the question for Mr. Koprivic regarding Mr. Melbarevic. So the voting was different in different situations. As for the motive of our MP Unura to vote for the candidate Mugosha for the president of the State Election Institution, the crucial motive were his qualifications. There was no agreement within the party the agreements with URA can be made on the principle of meeting the criteria and qualifications for some positions. At this point, the candidate Mugosha, according to our perceptions and according to what the law prescribes as preconditions for a position is best qualified to do this job. If he does not do his job properly, if he doesn't show integrity in performing his duties, he will be held accountable for that. We need to change the pattern of behavior, pattern of thinking regarding appointments. Yesterday, we heard that candidate has proven his political affiliation, or that he will not betray anyone. Betray what? Our condition is that the persons who are appointed to such positions do not betray the law, and that's it. But how do you comment this thing that you voted together with DPS for this candidate? It's not the first time that URA voted together with DPS. We don't pay attention to who submitted an initiative or who would support the initiative. When we voted for the replacement of Minister of Justice Leposavic, we did it because we believe that he could not give the statement that he gave regarding Srebrenica. So we take into consideration exclusively the quality of some proposals or the quality of work of someone at a certain position. So I repeat, if some people who are appointed to some positions do not do their job properly, there are mechanisms for them to be held accountable. We cannot take appointments emotionally as if something is life-saving. If you do the job well, it's okay. If you don't do it, you will be replaced. You have to show the quality in your work. That refers to all positions. Mr. Nimambegu, welcome. Thank you. I have now to give floor to Mr. Koprivica. So my question is that you found yourself on two sides during the voting in the committee. So what is a logical question, because the Democrats earlier established the principle that they will not support the candidates that come from a political party when it comes to Nikola Bulatovic. Have you now neglected this principle when you voted for Nikola Medojevic, who is the person who is close to the Democratic Front or a lawyer of the Democratic Front? Although there shouldn't be a formal link between the two.
Thank you for the opportunity. Let me make distinction between the Prosecutorial Council and the State Electoral Commission. They are guided by different rules. So Prosecutorial Council is a part of judiciary and should be independent from state institutions. So we have full representatives of ruling party and opposition that sit in the commission. So we don't want to have political candidates for Prosecutorial Council. As for the criteria, how to establish whether a person has some political or partisan connections, being a lawyer of a politician is a measure enough that is sufficient. And whereas there was one candidate who was nominated for the membership to the Prosecutorial Council, he was a member of the ruling ranks of one party, and in that way, even though he used to be for a member of a party for some time, because people who are in the ruling ranks of a party should not sit in the prosecutorial council, because prosecutorial council should ensure independence and impartiality of the state prosecutorial council. What motivated you to vote for Medovic and not for Nikola Mogosha? So which are the professional credentials that made you vote to the otherwise? So Mr. Medovic didn't even show up at the interview and before the committee. Why did you for him, which in my opinion was disrespectful? Was it trading, a sort of political trading? Let me ask the following dilemma. It is not logical that a lawyer of DF is acceptable for becoming a member of the prosecutorial council, and he is not qualified or good for the president of the commission. If you're a lawyer of DF, you can become a member of the prosecutorial council, and if you're that, you can't become the president of the electoral commission. But this was my question, actually, to answer to that dilemma. So for me, these are two different things. We want to enhance and help build the capacities of the electoral commission, and you know that there is a party pattern of appointments to the commission. However, if we had people who are members of the cabinet of the parliament before, and then play and the score is politically neutral, so we can't mix these things. The fact is that Mr. Katnic, who you see as the last front of defense or a line of defense of the former regime, is of a bigger issue. But then you gave priority to the president of the election commission just because you have elections coming soon. So now we wanted to do and play by rules and observe the law, and we want to have fair context, political context, so that we bring things to the end, to completion. And but is it more important than to appoint judges and prosecutors? We never linked these two things. We never conditioned each on the other. There is a responsibility, and there should be individual responsibility. There is also some collective responsibility. We didn't blackmail. We didn't put conditions for the appointments. We just wanted to stop the partisan appointments. The criteria where criteria are not strict, then you have bigger broader leeway, and I believe we can address it. We have the political, we have the situation where we now don't have prosecutorial counsel in place, and Katnic is going to prosecute cases of electoral frauds or offenses. Yeah, I am the chair of the committee who could not work without agreement of political majority, and I can't do it in a hasty manner because it could be troubling afterwards. So I, as the president of committee, I made an informal contacts, and I had informal dialogue with opposition as well. And I wanted to hear whether there are candidates who both sides could support, and this is something you should be aware of. Mr. Nimambego, welcome, and let us go back to the topic of this session. We made it a bit complicated, but yes, we talk about political campaigns, and I don't know whether Dan Milovic told you how far we went in discussion. We saw a short video produced by Mans, which concludes that nothing new has happened. There is no change in this regard. How do you see the situation?
I will take this question personally. I apologize for coming late, because we now have the discussion on the budget in the parliament. In the committee where I'm the president, I committed with Mr. Milovic whether we're okay or not. I just asked whether they just introduce you to the panel. I didn't get this, sorry. There was no microphone on. As for financing political entities and the ongoing things, the laws are in a way clear, but still there is something lacking, and there are things that need to be changed. So they're conveniently unclear. So as for the beginning of the political campaign, the two laws different time frames. Mr. Kovacevic is here. We have talked about the beginning of the campaign, about the costs of the campaign. In the previous cycle, our political partners had a problem because they did not open the bank account in time. And these are the things that this committee for election legislation cannot resolve, because there is no political will to resolve some things. And it's evident, it's obvious. It's obvious from the very discussion on the election of the member of the election commission. And where is there no will? Let me go back to the topic and then I'll answer your question. Maybe we should clarify things immediately. We shouldn't elaborate things at length. I just want to explain one more thing in two segments. I think that every person separately, especially those in holding official duties, must be transparent, and they must show that they respect the law. And I come from the political entity, which is the party Forza, where we have a positive assessment of our financial reports. On the other hand, I will remind you and the participants of this conference that there are political entities who got negative grades for years without any consequences, even without their within these political entities. So this negative grade did not affect the support to the political entities by the voters, but it has in a way influenced the general trust of the public, not just to these specific political entities, but to all the political parties, even us who do the job properly. So why are there no consequences? Is it up to the prosecutor's office, courts, or the general perception that it's not necessary? Because it's public money, it's money from the budget. And we who come from small political entities have administrative difficulties to respond to some requests. We should actually have the team of experienced lawyers and accountants to do so, and we cannot do it because we don't have the money for that. But the whole situation will continue. Even the next year, we will continue with the discussions which will still lead to the divisions in the society. But we are definitely coming to the final period of this year. I'm coming back to your question, where it is evident that this government, which is imposed on the parliament through a sort of a political experiment that hasn't given any results, especially the results to the citizens that voted for them, but also for the citizens generally in the international community. And we need to resolve this situation. But I hope that the outcome will not be a new experiment that will lead to the situation in which the political entities will not discuss situations in the parliament rather than listening to political directives and attitudes. This government is, I'm afraid, quite poor, but I'm afraid that the old government imposed this new experiment due to their behavior for 3 decades. I will give you the floor to comment on this, but do you have any specific question for Mr. Kovacevic? Yes, I do, but I just want to reply first to your question. I don't want to defend the old government, but this experiment was done by these people. The old government did not have any impact on this new experiment. I don't know how you can say that it is the responsibility of the old government. Well, each experiment is done in some conditions, some laboratories, and the conditions were created for 30 years for these situations. The problems that we recognize today originate from this period of 30 years. How the new government deals with the issues is another question, but there are a lot of things that can be referred to the old government. You see, if all political opponents are proclaimed as nationalists or satellites or corrupted entities, then there is no room for dialogue. I'm speaking about the new situation. And then you have the solutions that are very much limited, because the problem in cooperation of the ruling coalition leads us to such situations. Yesterday, for example, it was interesting to listen to the discussion among the members of the ruling coalitions. What do I mean by interesting? Probably books will be written on the years 2020 and 2021 and the ruling parties as a negative example. The level of populism, the level of demagogy introduced in the government, which results in the situations in which ministers and the prime minister do not come to the parliament of Montenegro, show that this government could get 80 votes against it out of 81. I agree with the behavior of the prime minister and some ministers. But was it like a cartoon when Slavoljub Migostipovic was in the parliament and defended the funding of a state institution, although he was accused of corruptive activities and receiving bribe? So what is that the image of the new government or the old government? That's the image of themselves, and the people who did it. That's the proper image of them. It shows their principles, but also the situation in the whole society. I hope you remember the conference on the abuse of public funds and buying of votes before the previous elections. Did the prosecutor's office react? Do you remember that? We had criminal complaints regarding voters who voted on behalf of some other voters. That all leads us to the situation that we have now, when the state did not build the institutions at the time it was supposed to build them. So, regarding Mr. Kovacevic, maybe he can tell us something about his experience as a state audit institution. But did your conclusions have any consequences? The laws are clear, but incomplete in a way. And it's true, the law on financing political entities and political campaigns, there are some conflicting norms. They exclude each other. In Article 8, there is a prohibition for the political party to have shares in commercial entities. And then later, when they submit a report, financial report, they have to also submit the financial reports for all the for all the commercial entities in which they have their shares. So these are two conflicting entities. Then the second thing is that the money that a political entity has on its account can be used for political campaigns. Article 17 and Article 4 reads that political entities can get funds for public and private resources, and then they are listed. These are the budgets of the state and budgets of local self-government, and also from borrowing from the banks or membership fees. And then these two things are conflicting. A more drastic example is that the funds that individual political entities or coalitions, because a coalition usually has accounts opened on one of the members of the coalition. So the accounts that the political entity, a member of the coalition, pays based on the agreement shall not be considered revenues of the political entity that opened this special bank account. So what is it? They are not public sources, not public funds. Which category do these revenues belong to? Among all political clubs, we can see there is no agreement But when it comes to the funding of political parties, they are all unanimous in voting. I can tell you the funds allocated for financing of political activities, 0.5% of the current budget for regular work, or 1.1 up to 3% of the budget from the local self-government units. Then funding of the employees in the party clubs. So the state gives salaries to these people, then providing premises for the work of party clubs, then providing premises for the councillors' clubs at the local level, funding women's organizations in the amount of 0.05% of the current budget, or 0.11 up to 3% of the budget of the local self-government unit, 0.07% of the current for the election of the president. So we have the highest funds allocated to political parties among all the states in the region. So the political parties get 95 to 97% of their budget from the state or local budget. During the elections, it just drops to about 87%. We have the statements about negative opinions. We expected that the voters would punish them, which does not happen. It was to be expected that there are controlled hearings in the last 4 or 5 years. For example, we sent 4 information to the competent committee for hearings in 2021, in 2022, in 2019, 11, in 2018, 9, in 2017, 7. So these are all requests for controlled hearings, and nothing has happened. Although the MPs could hear why their financial reports were inadequate or non-existent. And they tell us, the state of the institution, we should do more so that the parliament could organize controlled hearings. We cannot force the parliament to do so, but we can inform them or ask them to do so. Then
Hi, everyone. Salute on behalf of us organizers to all of you who have turned up. You've seen a short video regarding the funding of political parties and political campaign, electoral campaign. You saw the outcome, the results, and my fear is that the situation that we have now with a new parliamentary majority, there is a big chance that we meet at the 15th conference and that we reflect not on the results of Podgorica elections, but about all the same, the issue of electoral commission, ask on anti-corruption agency not doing its job properly, dysfunctioning prosecutorial council, etc., etc. The time was lost for citizens primarily. It is not good that political parties wasted that time instead of the comprehensive electoral reform. We saw that the situation where we had municipal elections in 3 municipalities done by the old law, and so they played by the rules set by the previous incumbency for 30 years. we as citizens heard the former opposition, now the ruling party, that we have all kinds of faults and faulty system. And so after so many years, when they come to power, they have no clue how to abolish those mechanisms. I listened to Mr. Koprivica and others representing parties, and I never heard citizens and public, and they only thought about opposition and the opposing parties, etc., which might be natural because that's their final concern. You should not take and gain just entitlements and privileges, but you should think of not failing citizens. We see that Katniss is still around as the only person that will be most probably in charge of deciding whether there was Russian, Serbian money brought into Montenegro to corrupt the elections and so on and so forth, all kinds of claims. Mr. Koprivica mentioned that there should be a solution that will be satisfactory to all. As much as I rejoice in the fact, I fear that could ever happen. I'm afraid we won't have mechanisms that would be beyond anyone who wouldn't lend themselves to that. We would have the rules that would be not that would not lend themselves to all kinds of abuses. Then the system where you have the partisan recruitments, we call them in-depth recruitments, meaning that they corrected transitional injustices, they claim, because these are the people who could not get a job during the former incumbency. Unfortunately, they use the well-tested system of DPS, and they now have a good electoral basis at the pretext that they are correcting injustice and addressing the transitional injustice. So we now fear that we'll have all those mechanisms of party lists and safe votes, etc., that we had. Then the social security donations that we did the research for about, and this modus operandi could be even spread more broadly, so donations are capped, but the mechanisms are still in use. We have seen what the prosecutor's office did and how it acted so far. We have the affair envelope. What I'm inconvenient about is not so much as Stjepovic as much it is Mr. Jelic, who sits in the state audit institution, and he is in charge. He'll decide whether Forza Ural Democrats have made a good report, have reported their finances accordingly. This guy sits in the state audit institution, even though his role in one case was never investigated, was never given enough attention to even by the Commission, European Commission, and as for the envelope case. We see the prosecutor's office of Milivoje Katnić. They prosecuted the case up to a certain level, and we had President Đukanović reacting to envelope case when he said that Duško Knežević wasn't the only donor, but that the party keeps register, and that they reported and declared to ask only or anti-corruption agency only what they had to. So we heard the president of DPS who mentioned that they had those secret accounts and secret funds, donations to that came from even comic camp, even fictitious donations given by firefighters, street cleaners, workers, and this is how it worked. And these mechanisms could still be employed to bring DPS back to power. So we had we saw the relations between the ruling party and the judiciary that by being inactive kept the DPS in power. Now DPS has gone, and you have the prosecutor's system, prosecutorial office that could threaten to bring them back by their actions, deeds and misdeeds. So there should be an agreement. They should put aside their coalition rifts or so, but they should think of citizens and their interests in order to put in place the system in which the prosecution system would work by rules and standards, and then we won't have embezzlement of even state budget funds for elections, to rig elections. So we have to have prosecutorial service in place to be such that we don't end up in situation that Petar mentioned, where we see that we don't have a chilling effect on corruption in politics, and that the corruption doesn't pay off. So we had a system that everyone was from the former oppositional ranks was critical about, but now they're in a position of power. They are totally inactive regarding this. That would be all, Mr. Kovacevic. We started from general facts to concrete names. Stepovic, then Mr. Milovic mentioned your colleague who was involved in affair recording. How come that Jelic is still around?
I'm afraid this is not a question for me or for the State Audit Institution. State Audit Institution performs audit of all financial statements of political entities. And subject of the audit is consolidated financial report for the previous year. We do the audits of everything that took place between the 1st of January and the 31st of September. The political entities submit this report by the 31st of March the following year, and we do the audit. We look into the statements from the bank and other documents, and in that sense, I cannot give comments about Stepovic or Jelic. And as for Jelic, okay, because you speak about the credibility of his presence in the State Audit Institution. But from my point of view, It's a big burden on him. Is this the burden for the institution as well? I can tell you that the audit that was done by me and him was taken as an example of one of the best audits in the region. As far as my cooperation with him, there are audits that I manage, political entities, judicial institutions, and so on. And there are entities, audits of the entities that he manages, but it has never happened that he has ever tried to influence me regarding the proper management of the audits. But he worked in the employment agency and his results there were problematic. So has he improved? Because it can be a burden for the institution that you are representing here. Still, state audit institution has for years been the best institution, or has received the best assessments from the European Commission for many years, which is to the credit not only to the state audit institution, but to Montenegro. There is just one objection regarding the state audit institution that does not refer only to this case. When you find some illegal things, when you identify these things, do you write complaints to the prosecutor's office? If you had prepared for this meeting, you wouldn't ask that now. The aluminium plant. As for the aluminium plant, that happened before I came to the state audit institution. I came to the state audit institution in 2013, and that happened before that period. But I must tell you that we have a huge objection by Sigma, by the Council of Europe, by the Directorate for the Budget, not to have the responsibility for bringing criminal charges or submitting criminal complaints against entities, because that's the job of the prosecutor's office. We were asked not to incorporate that into the law on the state audit institutions. And 2 years ago, we signed the protocol of cooperation between prosecutor's office and the state audit institution. Because in such situation, the state audit institution should inform the prosecutor's office on the existence of reasonable grounds for a criminal offense, and we point to the part of the report that refers to the criminal offense, and later we proceed in cooperation with the prosecutor's office. I am Veselin Bachita from Mans. Because I looked into the audits, your reports, and I found quite a lot of room for criminal complaints. Can you tell us how many times you've done it regarding political parties? How many times have you sent information to the prosecutor's office? Because you clearly mentioned things that are like avoiding paying taxes or paying for some foodstuffs in the election years, dozens of thousands of euros. How many times have you reported the prosecutor's office or pointed to possible abuses? In our acts, we have it defined that in all the situations where our staff express negative opinion, such reports are sent to the prosecutor's office. We send the complete reports, but also inform them about specific part of the report that is problematic. and upon the request of the prosecutor's office, we submit additional documents. How many times have you done it, and for which political parties? Do you have the information for that? Because you said that the 97% of the budget of political parties comes from the state or local budgets. I'm just asking for the information if you have the number of these entities. So far, we have sent 25 reports to the prosecutor's office. Tomorrow, I have a meeting with the representatives of the prosecutor's office based on our memorandum of cooperation, so that we can see how far they have gone with those reports, whether they have done the preliminary investigation and things like that. Do we have a single epilogue out of these 25? None of these 25 cases has been concluded, and these refer to the period 2012 till 2020. Which parties are the subject of these preliminary investigations? I don't want to speak about the names of the political parties. I may mention some of them and maybe avoid mentioning some of them. Perhaps you can give me to read it. Let's leave it for some other time. You regularly refer to us for free access to information, and you know that we have never denied access to information, especially the part I'm dealing with. The last time I asked for the bank accounts of political parties for 2019, 2020 for election campaigns, and I immediately issued the order to provide that information to you. We provided all the information, everything that you have asked. I said, I cannot read everything, and I'm afraid I may omit some names, so you can submit the request for free access to information, then we will provide all the information in writing.
I think that the prosecutors won't have trouble to find those who don't pay tax. If they didn't file tax appropriately, then it's the duty of the tax administration. What I had last year was a big political party which had an agreement for the deferred tax payment, and I contacted the director, and then I told him I would publish that in the report. He said, yeah, it would be very, very helpful. How come you have all the mechanisms yourself to do the same, to do something about that? So there was a party who took the money from the account for elections, even though prohibited, because the election account cannot be used, or the funds from election account cannot be used for any other purposes, that is how we go about this. Are there any more questions? Hi everyone, salute. I'm Milisav Choric. I'm a member of the State Electoral Commission, and I want to salute you. I was not delegated by the Commission. I came by personal invitation. I received an invitation to come. I wanted to ask the following question. I want to ask members of Parliament. They mention in the comments political will, the spirit of law, and they mention useful ambiguities and so on and so forth. So everyone speaks and talks about improving the system, and then we end up in a situation where they don't do a thing about that. Let me be concrete. MPs have the regulated position to the full, whereas the councillor's position is not fully regulated, meaning councillor in the municipal council. And there are no sanctions. It is a loophole, and I believe it should be defined or regulated by law. There is also a scope for moving funds there. The point is to prevent the political corruption, and it could be prevented by stating or regulating that the councillors' mandate should stop. And when it stops, because the law is unclear about that. So there is no general and detailed rule about councillors for the same. And as for political will, in my opinion, the question that Mr. Komenic asked is the problem for those who appointed him. It's not an issue and concern of the institution that much. And when we mention the fact that we want to appoint this or that person because he was a member of a political party and leader in leading positions of political party. The rule goes that a member of a commission could be a person, not a member of a party, who is not a member of political party bodies yes, and someone mentioned that we see Mr. Stjepovic coming to the parliament to represent the institution, not the party. He represents the office of the president. I wanted to comment to say this. When are we going to make a step forward to have political will stop being a hurdle, but instead to be political will to address some problems, to be political will for having new legislation, for having new rules. In Mojkovac, we had a party list who has connections with Kelmendi, or who was involved in some small hydroelectrical power plants projects that were largely disputed, and so on and so forth. This was my comment.
I will just refer to this political corruption issue and the responsibility or the accountability of MPs and sanctioning of the change of the political position. I think it's not good, because in that way you can prevent possible political corruption in one case, but we need to have the situation in which our MPs, our local councillors are as independent as possible, which must lead to the change in the election system. Our political system is such that the citizens, well, we who come from the small political parties, we participate based on the law that allows affirmative action because we are a minority party. But in other cases, political parties decide who will be the candidates on their lists. We had a discussion with the international community, and you know what they said us. It's banal. It's a bad choice. It was a bad choice of some political entities There were these big affairs in Nikšić and so on, but practically the president of the party issues orders to the MPs or councillors when it comes to voting, rather than allowing them to decide on their own. We need to adopt these democratic principles, but the voting itself in the parliament should belong to the MPs themselves, because they need to feel that they are not there on behalf of the political parties, but on the voters. They need to vote in the interest of the voters. If you just start from the point that one party is right, the other side is wrong, that has to be harmonized. There have to be some compromises. You mentioned Mr. Jelic. It's a matter of political relations in the society. I don't know that I have never heard of the possibility that Mr. Jelic has been held accountable for anything that he's done. So current authorities in the forms of ministers does the same thing as the previous government. They offer jobs to citizens in exchange of votes, or they even promise them positions as directors, school principals, school directors, and different other positions. So we are not satisfied more with the situation that we have now in the society compared to the previous before. There are a lot of unprocessed cases, and it is just one case that has been continuously mentioned in the report of the European Commission, where they ask specific political accountability. It is a representative case in every sense. That's why the other cases, like an envelope or recording, are constantly mentioned. As a minority community, we have problems because we want to have more rights, stronger rights. And as for the rights regarding money going to the political parties, we get money from the budget based on the law. But there was an outcry of the NGO sector who mentioned abuses regarding the funds. And I agree, if there were abuses, then it has to be prevented. But I go back to the motives who made this outcry. The motive was to finance multi-ethnic and civil projects through the fund for the minorities, which is not something that is the focus of that fund. They have the budget of 800,000 euro. In Montenegro, there are funds that are called Montenegrin, and they put the equality sign with civil or multi-ethnic projects. But Montenegrin project speak about Petrovic dynasty and so on and so on. And then you don't have any rights of the minorities. 41% of the projects were inter-ethnic projects, and you have a certain amount of money can be obtained from the Ministry of Justice, Culture, and Education, for example, not just from that fund. So the reports of the European Commission are based on the information they get from those that give them timely information. Thank you. I've really tried to speak briefly in my introductory speech, but now I would go back to these topics. As for the Prosecutorial Council, I didn't want to speak immediately after Mr. Genci came. When he spoke about URA. As for Prosecutorial Council, for URA, that's been a crucial reform issue for URA. We have really tried when it comes to the adoption of the law. And of course, I have objections regarding the atmosphere in which the law was adopted, and because some procedures were neglected, but the final provisions are okay. And the crucial task that was supposed to be done last summer was to have the new Prosecutorial Council. The problem occurred with one candidate. That's a public secret, I would say. And that's the problem between the Democratic Front and Democratic Montenegro. As for URA, we really strongly wanted to establish this body, not to have people who do not meet the criteria, but who meet the criteria in accordance with the law provisions. When there was a problem, and there was a problem with this one candidate, we asked the colleagues to resolve the problem in discussions between the two of the entities, Democratic Front, Democratic Montenegro, and then we got the statement that agreement on the Prosecutorial Council can be reached only when only in parallel with the agreement on the reconstruction of the government. We expected that was formally unacceptable, that the agreement of the Prosecutorial Council should be linked to the agreement on the reconstruction of the government. And there was this issue whether this candidate was acceptable at all in such a situation. So the Prosecutorial Council should be established with the candidates who meet the criteria. And I repeat, if they don't do the job well, they will be held accountable. But I think we were supposed to appoint Mr. Stevo Muk for the member of the prosecutorial council, because the procedure for the representative of the NGOs for the prosecutorial council has been completed, and then the committee has to proceed with the appointment. Mr. Koprivica is the president of this committee, so probably your question refers to him. Yes, there are legal provisions defining the appointment of the representative of the NGO sector, and that could have happened earlier. We are not satisfied that we have the bodies that do not have all the members. We would like to have the completed prosecutorial council who could do their job. And as a member of the parliamentary majority, we take the responsibility for that. Is there a possibility to inform Mr. Krivokapic about that? Because he's been repeating that the prosecutorial council could function with 3 lawyers only, which is not possible in accordance with the new law. And he has repeated that 3 times. He said that yesterday, I think last night. Can somebody tell him not to say things like that? So there's obviously lack of coordination. It's not up to me to answer that question. It's the question for the Prime Minister. As for the work of the government, things are far from ideal. And we criticize clearly the things that we consider inappropriate, political or strategic ones. One of them is the fiscal strategy announced by the Ministry of Finance. It has already been submitted. It is directly linked to the topic that we are discussing today, because, as you know, the fiscal strategy defines abolishing of allocation from the state budgets for some entities, including political parties, NGOs, national public broadcaster, and the Anti-Corruption Agency. Luckily, the legal proposals have been withdrawn from the procedure, which is a good thing. But that happened after the reaction of the public. And I think, not because I'm a member of the political party, until several months ago I was in the NGO sector, but I think that adopting such strategic decisions without any consultations with the public and with the users of these budget funds are contrary to the good practice, but also to our legal basis. So we, in such situations where we speak about reform, things that the government wants to carry out, we absolutely think that these intentions must be communicated with the public in accordance with the domestic and international laws, which has not been the case so far. So it's totally unnatural to expect that you, without any consultations, can avoid any allocations from the budget, justifying it with the program budgeting, because it is really unclear and illogical how program budgeting can predict the amount of funds for political parties and other entities that for the time has been given these funds, have been given these funds. So we need to look into the best solutions from the region and Europe, but that needs to be agreed. We need to discuss that rather than get the final solution and face voting for it. So that should be a constituent part of the discussion. that will start on Friday, hopefully, in the committee. And I also need to mention one more question, and I haven't spoken very much today. Funding women's organizations. It's not that attractive, I know it, but it is important. I belong to the less represented sex or gender in the political entities. This solution should not remain there pro forma. We need to better promote participation of women in politics, and in accordance with the law, to report on the funding of political organizations and defining the procedures for the funding in the statute. I know, and we can conclude it from the composition of this panel, that this is not an important issue, but now we have a good legal solution. And I invite all political entities to take this solution seriously, because the point is to promote participation of women in politics, and this legal provision has not led to an increase, or has not resulted in an increase of women in the parliament. We're well below all European and international trends in this area. There should also be responsibility not to promote this issue, but also to observe the law and report on the financing of political organizations and resolve these issues through the statute. At the very end, because they spoke about citizens, and I'm very sensitive to this issue, as someone who spent 15 years in the NGO sector, that political parties do not avoid discussing these issues, but we need to be precise. We need to clearly speak about the political entities who promote identity, religious issues, the issues of polarizations or divisions, and those political entities who do not do that. I think that I belong to such a political entity who's been trying to promote and put on its agenda the issues of public interest. And we are open to discuss how successful we've been in this, but we are definitely not a political entity that promotes issues that divide society and neglect those of public interest.
In comment to my comment, and now you defend URA as the party who works on that, and others don't. So this is why I say this is fragmented. This is that every party keeps to its side and runs its path without coming together. And we as beneficiaries or your clients, we don't see results. And this is something that should be point of leave of every point of departure of every policy. And so you have to look at the people's interests. Let me ask you, let me allow Mr. Kovacevic to take the floor because he wanted to say something, to intervene. I want to do the honor to Mr. Kovacevic. He was patient enough and he wanted to give some comments to what he heard. In relation to what Mr. Genci said, yeah, to say that we are now working on reviewing the minority fund, the audit of the minority fund, and we are about to finalize it, or that our auditors will also visit national minority councils. As for women's organizations, I support Mrs. Anna. Sorry, if this is a path to have more women in politics, it would be more than welcome. And out of audited 15 political entities, none of them had a special report about women's organizations. There are political entities that spend the money as they wanted, and so they should make these reports obligatory. There are some political entities who are very diligent and who have good reporting, whereas there are quite the opposite. We had the Democratic Party, which had the best report, which best kept the records of their financial operations. So I'll be patient. I want to see that paper. I would like to take a look at your paper, because this is our paper. You do the paper for our sake, and you are to make reports. And why don't you want to show me the report? No. You know, you want to commend the party, but when it comes to criticism, you are less inclined to do so. We'll speak just about good students, I'm afraid. Mr. Čurić, and I have a question. Let me answer the question. I agree with Mr. Čurić that political corruption is something that needs a resolute answer, institutional answer. With the departure of DPS from power, the political corruption has not gone, has not disappeared, because you see that that they are still active, and Mr. MP from DPS, Mr. Žigović said, "Well, they start, they finish." So political corruption is the biggest, the biggest enemy of representative democracy. It totally goes against goes against all its principles, and after working with the Commission, we have worked with them and the legislation in this regard. And yes, we addressed the issue of councillors, and there are two main rules guiding the dismissal of a councillor. And if there is, and if we build the state of rule of law, political corruption is just that. If we fail to define some aspects and make them prone to corruption. If we prescribe the manner in which to regulate dismissal, can come into conflict with the constitutional provisions and so on and so forth. But I understood your point, how the funds could be channeled through that, and how we definitely need to address it. As for your question, Mr. Komnenic, I want to give my reflection from the position of my party, and let me clarify this. As Ms. Đurović-Novaković also presented hers. I want to agree with my colleague, Ms. Novaković, that when we adopted the laws, we neglected or overlooked some procedures, and we were criticized by the European Commission's report and different international organizations. As I'm the president of the Committee for the Political System and Judiciary, I'm aware of that, and if we amend the laws, judiciary laws, it would be worthwhile for the processes to go on. And why it didn't happen, it is because your party and DF agreed about the text, and DF representative suggested that the representative from your party should draft a new version of the law with amendments. And if we want to be objective, I want to say that despite that, we didn't get the document. And what happens is that when we have meetings, we conclude that Democrats and DF rift is a burden for the ruling majority, and then it slows down all the procedures. So what we ended up with was that DF gives up the impeachment of the government. It goes for reconstruction, and they fail every ideal they presented before. So if DF and URA work together on drafting the prosecutorial laws and law on public prosecutor's office, and then it's not wrong, whereas it's wrong if we negotiate and agree about the government and whether it stays in power or not. This is to position this issue. In the press release, then someone connected and linked these two things. But I want to say that we want to see the politicized and non-partisan prosecutorial council. And that is why we didn't vote for a party-nominated candidate be appointed to the council. This is all too clear. And we agreed that in the next session, we preferably agree about both things. We proposed that the first session of the parliament should have addressed to address the issue of the prosecutorial council and the reconstruction of the government. So let me be very concrete. We are ready to appoint the prosecutorial council. Not only that we were very critical of his work, we didn't hear the question, unfortunately. Yeah, Mr. Katnic, Chief State Special Prosecutor, he actually was instrumental in transcript affair where he inflicted harm on my party. So let me be specific. I have to say that we are not a party that just comes up with conditions and conditions to slow down the process. We have never done that. Let me be frank. I was at the meetings. I took part at the meetings, where we negotiated the members and appointment of members to the prosecutorial council, and we didn't set conditions apart from requesting that it be a non-partisan affair. We can't say yes, this candidate or B, but we can't vote for both nominations. I won't name the names, but to tell you with full responsibility, we never blackmailed and never set conditions. But then the result is you failed to reach agreement. As for Mr. Book, we made agreement that he be appointed, but as for 4 other members, we wanted all of them appointed at one go because we wanted to see the representatives of non-prosecutorial members be finished. Mr. Mook was supported by everyone and he was appointed. We have 2 representatives of citizens, and then we ended up with 4 members of DPS through representatives of the prosecution. So only when we have all people who are non-partisan candidates and non-judiciary candidates to prosecutorial council, only when they are in place we can hope to have a good prosecutorial council. If we don't have an agreement within parliamentary majority, I fear I hesitate to summon and to convene the meeting of the committee because I fear that we might unleash even bigger crisis. If through inter-party dialogue there is a commitment to discuss and to finalize those appointments, will be more than in favor. However, with DPS, we can't appoint a prosecutor who will fight against corruption and organized crime. Let's not replace DPS Milivoje with some Demokratura or other candidates.
Mr. Nimambegu, can you just give a short comment? I'll just add something to what Mr. Novakovic said and our colleague Koprivica. The loan, the prosecutor's office was harmonized, communicated, but it's not been harmonized with the position of the Venetian Commission. It was harmonized only among the members of the ruling coalition. Now, the consequences will occur. Ms. Novakovic mentioned the law that may abolish financing of some already minority rights. These laws came to the parliament as the proposals of the government, looked as the proposals of the Minister of Finance, and we say that the government does not meet. Each minister works independently from the rest of the government. And that's why we have such a confusion. And that's what needs to be terminated, to be stopped. No, because we want to see changes the next day. There won't be many changes because divisions will continue, but there must be a dialogue among political entities in order to prevent that. I would conclude this panel. There is a short break, and then we go back to the next panel.
to check the accuracy. So, but like I said, I think we should have a longer.
Nastavljamo sa panelom finansiranje političkih partija i izbornih kampanja. Sada je vrijeme da čujemo međunarodna iskustva. Nažalost, pošto već godinama nema napretka na ovom planu i neke preporuke će vjerovatno biti vrlo slične, pošto ono što nam je ranije rečeno nije implementirano. Na početku ćemo čuti Lizu Klein, nezavisnog međunarodnog konsultanta za izbore. Hvala što ste sa nama, izvolite. Je li sve u redu?
I think there is translation missing. Lisa, I think you were called to talk first by the moderator.
Yeah, the translation is here, okay.
There is translation now because I did not hear it translated. Okay.
Can you hear the interpreters?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, great.
Well, I'm pleased to be with you from a surprisingly sunny London this morning, and I want to thank MUNS for including me in the important work that it's doing. Yuki, Magnus, and I are all going to be talking about third-party election activity. I'm going to provide a bit of background, a bit of introduction. Yuki will talk about some of the emerging issues, and Magnus will illustrate how this area is regulated in various countries. So to begin with, and given that time is short, let's just jump in. First of all, I think we need to define what we mean by third-party campaigning. And the definition that I would proffer is that the term refers to entities or individuals that do not present candidates or lists, but who engage financially in election campaigning. I dislike the term third party, and I would like to lead a movement to eliminate it from our discussion, because it makes sense to talk about a party in power, to talk about an opposition party, to talk about non-parliamentarian parties. But a third party, these are not parties in the traditional sense. They're not there to present candidates and to win elections. And so I would like to propose that we abandon that term, and today that we will call them non-contestant campaigners. So what type of non-contestant campaigning are we targeting? There are really two types. These are either individuals or entities who feel strongly about a topic or feel strongly about wanting to support a campaign, a party, or a candidate. And they may want to spend money having talked to the party or the candidate, to do it in coordination or in agreement with them. Now, those are not independent expenditures, and I think we should put them to one side, because very often in domestic law, these type of donations that are made in coordination with candidates and parties are going to be viewed as in-kind contributions. And so they usually are regulated elsewhere. But where an entity or an individual, a non-contestant campaigner, engages in activity independently, right? I take, for example, organizations or entities that are very interested in the regulation of abortion rights, about environmental rights, about regulation of churches, as in the case of Montenegro, and they do it totally independently. That is really the focus of what we're talking about. They're doing it without the knowledge often, and certainly without the agreement of the parties. Why do we need to be concerned about this non-contestant campaigning? Well, there are three reasons. The first is that it's very easy. They can be used to circumvent the regulations that are in place. Because if you are regulating the political parties and the candidates, but this is an area that's not subject to regulation, then the source of funds used, for example, do not have to be limited as they may be for the electoral contestants. The amount that they raise and the amount that they spend may not be regulated. And it also diminishes, in some cases, I know in the United States, there's actually more money spent by the independent groups than by the political parties and candidates. And so you're really distorting the voice of the electoral contestants. And finally, just to emphasize this again, this goes back to what is not the circumvention, is if it's not regulated, there's not going to be any transparency over it. So the options that we have in terms of regulation are threefold. One is to do nothing. We can put our head in the sand and pretend it doesn't exist, although I think it's an increasing issue, and I think Yuki and Magnus will talk more about that. We could try to totally ban it. No third party can say anything or campaign. This would be very hard to reconcile when I think with international standards, possibly something that will come up later. But we have to remember that they're the fundamental freedoms of expression and of association, and this would seem to cut very much against that. Or we can adopt regulations that address third parties. If we do the latter, which is adopting regulations, then there are certain factors we need to consider. If we start with the detailed questions, I guess we'd say, who should be able to be a non-contestant campaigner? Should foreigners be allowed, or do they have to be eligible to vote in an election or eligible to donate money in terms of the domestic election? What type of activity will be covered? Will it just be communications and advertisements? That was certainly the law in the UK until 2014. But, you could have a rally, you could hire the largest stadium in the country and hire musical bands to perform and have a whole campaign rally at great expense. So you have to be thinking about what is going to be covered. The third thing would be, how is the non-contestant campaigning activity going to be defined? Now, there are variations here. Perhaps Magnus will talk about them. I don't know. You could go from the USA, which is very, very, very limited, saying basically it has to expressly advocate the election or defeat of a candidate or a party. So vote for or defeat. Well, that's easy to circumvent. You can have other countries where it may be with the intent to influence an election, which is softer. Or you could conceivably have a limit or regulation any expenditure of this nature that is made during a particular time period. So the next thing is, what type of, should these third parties or non-contestant campaigners be required to register if they spend any money or if they just spend above a certain threshold? And finally, what will be the reporting requirements? What will be the spending requirements? In addressing these questions, we must not forget that the overall goal, which could be summarized is to regulate this aspect of campaigning in a way that is proportionate, that allows scope for freedom of expression, and that minimizes the burdens on those wishing to engage in this activity while being effective, and to ensure that whatever provisions are adopted can be properly implemented and enforced. And I will close there and hand it over to you, Yuki.
Thank you, Ms. Klein. We have Yukihiko Hamada, the head of IDEA from Stockholm. You have the floor.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you, Lisa, for the very nice introduction on the issue. Once again, my name is Yuki Hamada, and thank you very, very much to the MANS and then organizers for having International IDEA again at the event organized by MANS in Montenegro. It's certainly nice to be back and then see some familiar faces, even if this time it's virtual. Just to follow up with what Lisa has mentioned about so-called third-party campaigners or non-contested campaigners, I'm afraid I have to add more problems to the table than solutions in my short 5 minutes or 10 minutes speech. while this third-party campaigning or non-contestant campaigning issues has been around for quite a while, let's say in the last 10 years or certainly the last couple of years, and it's been heavily discussed, the issue has unfortunately become even more complicated in the last few years, and then certainly will be so in the coming years, exactly because many aspects of political finance practices have become digital across the world. What I mean by digitalization, well, it's rather easy to imagine, but many political parties, for example, start raising funds through crowdfunding, for example, and also candidates and political parties start using social media platforms, paid advertisements, micro-targeted mechanisms to reach more voters, for example. And then, of course, voters themselves heavily rely on Twitter, WhatsApp groups, or the other social media platforms to gather information about political parties, manifestos, and policies they're putting forward. But when it comes to transparency in the flow of money in this online campaign space, there's a significant lack of transparency, and then there's almost no legal framework to address these issues. And potentially these shortcomings are also easily exploited and abused by these non-contestant groups. For example, just to give you an example, that many political parties are using paid advertisement on social media platforms right now. However, there's a very little information available on how much political parties and candidates are spending their resources on their online materials. And also it's not even very clear for anyone to understand who is actually paying for these online advertisements. So, of course, it may appear some advertisements are paid and promoted by the political parties themselves, but in reality, there might as well be a chance that neither political parties nor candidates, so in this case, some specific non-contestant campaigners, they could possibly also live abroad, outside Montenegro, for example, could be paying for some of those advertisements. And then in reality, in political finance regulation terms, these should be recorded as equal donations, for example, if it goes beyond certain threshold. But in the currently, in the current legal settings, the term is not quite well defined, and a lot of the activities and spending going unnoticed. So it's a common problem that we observe across countries. So it's not necessarily Balkan specific, but it's in Europe, Latin America, or even Asia. I mean, this problem we are seeing. And then there are some common challenges or common reasons why this is a very difficult area to regulate. And I'd just like to give you examples for all of us to discuss today. One major problem is to do with the speed of innovation versus legislative process, so to say. As you can imagine, most political finance laws and regulations in place are often drafted 10 years ago, or even older, some of them in the more established democracies. And of course, all those laws and then regulations are subject to periodic review and then revision from time to time. But they are not necessarily brought up to the speed, or at least not fast enough to catch up with this technological curve. And they're certainly not ahead of innovation. So most countries, as a result, currently fail to address or to define, for example, what we mean by online campaigns or online advertisement. As Lisa mentioned, if it's not actually defined by law, whatever they do in that space, it's strictly speaking, it's not illegal. So the first step is definitely give it a legal ground and to establish a common understanding what we are trying to regulate here. And then, of course, that leads to another problem is that problem like third-party campaigning, or particularly online campaigns by the third parties, in order to provide a very effective oversight, precondition is that a very close collaboration and cooperation from the private sector companies. But currently, as you could imagine, especially those social media platforms do not necessarily provide required information to oversight, national level oversight agencies on demand. They sometimes, on case by case, they do provide and cooperate in some cases. However, it's not given universally. And also some companies like Facebook, they have a digital library called Facebook Ad, which gives a comprehensive view of, who's paying for what ad type of thing. But this level of transparency is not always given to other social media platforms either. So again, the level of cooperation and willingness from the private sector side to work with the public sector to regulate this issue is somewhat limited, unfortunately. And then also, when it comes to the the oversight of this spending on the online sphere, unfortunately, it's not common to see that the public bodies that are responsible for oversight of political finance, be it electoral management body or anti-corruption body or national audit office. I mean, it doesn't matter which entity is given this responsibility, but they're not always equipped with necessary human resources or technical resources to deal with this issue. Traditionally speaking, oversight bodies are often staffed with people with legal background or accounting background or social science, political science type of background. But to tackle this digitalization and then deal with the any upcoming programs, we actually do need to invest on skill sets that are not traditionally part of the skill sets that EMBHL policies often focusing on. So people with more sort of IT savvy background is definitely needs to brought into the team and to work with the existing team. Or alternatively, if the capacity is an issue, that also goes to point out the importance of intensifying the cooperation with other government agencies. This is often problems in many countries that government agencies tend to work in silo, unfortunately, but and then this interagency cooperation is not necessarily a new concept when it comes to anti-corruption or political finance in general. But this threat of digitalization puts an extra pressure on existing programs, because in many countries, for example, some aspects of social media issues are not fall into the responsibility of electoral management body. They're often dealt by the Data Protection Commission or in some cases in other agencies. And then those agencies unfortunately don't necessarily have a very good coordination mechanism. So again, to deal with this, to work with private sector to require more transparency in the spending on online advertisement, for example, political finance oversight agencies need to work much closer with other agencies, for example, by setting up a special task force or some sort of the periodic reporting communication mechanisms, or even allowing each other's databases or data sets to be more compatible, so that cross-checking, cross-referencing will be made more easily. But those issues, so speed of innovation and limited information disclosure by the companies and limited oversight capacity, weak interagency coordination, they are often they're not exhaustive list, but often typically the weakest links in the current legal and regulatory regime when it comes to the third-party campaigning, and certainly when it comes to online campaign finance. So yeah, I mean, I guess in the interest of time, I'm happy to stop here for now, but I'm happy to take more questions as we go along. So thank you.
Hvala gospodine Hamada I da se odmah izvinim gospodinu
Thank you,
Petrovu.
Mr. Hamada. I just want to apologize to Mr. Petrov and ask him for a bit more patience, because we had a previous panel a bit longer than planned, and Mr. Klein wanted to take the floor instead of you as the first speaker. But since you linked your analysis in a logical way, I ask you for patience. With us, we have Mr. Magnus Oman from the Regional Europe Office and Senior Political Finance Advisor at the International Foundation for Electoral Systems. IFS, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Mans for inviting me, and thank you, Goran, for your patience. So I will continue the discussion that Lisa and Yuki have initiated on the issue of third parties, though like Lisa, I prefer to refer to them as non-contestant campaigner. The term third party is also used to mean a lot of different things, so it's very confusing. I'll focus my comments on a few individual European countries to explore both the impact of regulation of non-contestant campaigning and the impact of such campaigning on itself. The first thing we need to realize is the vast majority of European countries do not regulate non-contestant campaigning, though in some cases there are regulations that indirectly impact on these organizations, but not directly. In fact, it's only the Czech Republic, Ireland, Latvia, and the United Kingdom in Europe that explicitly and directly regulate non-contestant campaigning. There are some regulations, for example, in Belgium and France, there's a ban on election advertising, broadcast media for both contestants and non-contestants, but that's pretty much it. Of the countries that do regulate this, the way they go about it varies quite a bit. We can start with the Czech Republic as an illustration, where regulations on non-contestant campaigning were first introduced as part of a reform package in 2016. In most countries, this is pretty new. So those wishing to engage in campaigning, even though they're not candidates or parties, have to register. It seems that this has led to an increased transparency in non-contestant campaigning. There are indications that of a declining interest. If we look at the number of entities registered, that has halved from the first elections where this was used in 2017, compared to the elections that were held in October this year. Some of these registered entities don't do very much, but some are quite active. I found one organization that ran a campaign related to COVID-19, but because they were also criticizing the then government, it is a form of indirect campaigning, even though they were not coordinating with any political party, nor did they directly advocate that people should not vote for that party. They spent over 100,000 euros in that campaign, which is quite a lot of money from a Czech context. I have no idea to what extent their campaign impacted the voting when that party lost the election. There are a couple of countries, especially Slovakia, introduced similar rules in 2016, but then removed them again in 2018, replacing them with a blanket ban on campaigning by anyone who's not a contestant. We have rules that are a little bit like this in places like Romania. And Lisa Klein mentioned this, and I think if such a ban is brought to the European Court of Human Rights, they are very likely to find it to be in breach of Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights on Free Speech. So that's a very interesting point. There haven't been that particular case, but the European Court has several times indicated that it is acceptable to regulate non-contestant campaigning, but not to ban it. One European country where regulations on non-contestant campaigning has been discussed at quite some length is Ireland. And the reason is that the wording in the law there indicates that it could be interpreted to mean that entities engaging independently in election campaigns without favoring or targeting any direct contestant may still be required to register and comply with various rules. And there is a concern that this may hinder the freedom of association and expression. And organizations such as Transparency International and the Irish Council for Civil Liberties have raised concerns regarding this issue, even making comparisons to requirements in some other countries, such as Russia, for certain civil society organizations to register as foreign agents. I'll round off with an example of a country where the issue of non-contested from 2018 that indicated that there is a German civil society group called in English Rights and Freedom Club. And they have spent somewhere between 20 and 30 million euros on behalf of particular, or in favor of, a particular German political party, Alternative für Deutschland. You may know it as a right-wing party. It's now the 5th largest in the Bundestag. So this 20-30 million euros over 3 years should be compared to the 16 million that the party itself raised in one of those years in 2016. I should stress these activities are completely legal in Germany. No indication that anyone has broken the law. But since German non-contesting campaigners are not required to reveal their funding sources, we have no information of who has funded a significant part of the campaigning in favor of AfD in recent years. For example, we don't know if this money has come from foreign sources. It is completely legal. There are no bans on non-contesting campaigners receiving and spending foreign funds. But we can compare that to the rules for political parties themselves, where donations over 1,000 euros from foreign sources are banned. So that's just highlighting the issue that we are talking about. And I want to round off by an issue that both Elisa and Jukka have touched upon. If we consider regulations on non-contested campaigning, please remember the administrative burden on whatever institution that is being set or mandated to implement these rules. If you think that the public institution today is not currently effective in overseeing the finances of political parties and candidates, do realize that if you then add the workload to oversee the finances of non-contested campaigners as well, this will require a very significant increase in the capacity of these oversight institutions. I'll end there for now. Thank you.
Hvala vam lijepo. Evo, konačno je došao red i gospodina Gorana Petrova, savjetnik za izbore Kancelarije OEBS-a za demokratske institucije i ljudska prava ODIR. Još jednom vam se zahvaljujem na strpljenju. Izvolite.
Thank you very much. It is a very interesting discussion that we are participating in. Unlike my colleagues, I'm going to talk a little bit more in general in terms of how ODIR approaches the work of observation of political parties and campaign financing. But then I'm also try to concentrate on some issues which are specifically applicable in relation to the Montenegro electoral context. Just a brief update of what we are doing, ODIR is doing nowadays. In 2021, I just wanted to say that we are celebrating 30 years of ODIR this year, and just recently we have held the 400th election observation mission. That one was in Uzbekistan this year, and that even during COVID times we continue with the observation and assessment of election processes, and we have resumed deploying also short-term observers most recently in Moldova and Armenia this year. And also, maybe more applicably for this event, we have published 2 new handbooks this year. And one is on the observation of the election campaign and political environments, and the other one is guidelines for observation of election campaigns on social networks, something that Yuki was talking a little bit more in detail. And this, maybe it's worth noting that this handbook, these guidelines mention basically how the participating states nowadays are approaching the challenges of conducting, of basically seeing how money is spent during the campaign periods by both contestants and third parties, and challenging they're facing in approaching it, whether they should regulate it or not, and how to regulate such spending, whether it should be similar to what has already been regulated with, generally in broadcasting, or shall they actually devise new methods of observing how the money is spent, let's say, on social networks. So audit and campaign finance, we have strong attention on campaign finance issues nowadays. We have often dedicated campaign finance analysts, either that or we do this as a portfolio with political or more often legal analysts. But we do have dedicated sections in our observation reports which deal with campaign finance. And of course, as you know, we do have a campaign finance handbook that was published in 2015, which covers, in general terms, a number of issues such as legal framework, contributions and expenditures, reporting and disclosures, oversight and monitoring, importantly, and of course, sanctions and appeals. Since 2011, we have issued, let's say, a total of almost 3,000 recommendations. And I'm saying this because out of these, 331 were, or more than 10%, were specifically in relation to campaign finance, basically. So about 10% of our recommendations deal with campaign finance issues. And this is about regulation. There are additional recommendations which are in our campaign sections related to misuse of or use of state resources, vote buying, and so on. So there is more, actually. We base our approach on OSCE commitments, international obligations, standards, and more good practice as well. The benefits of this approach are obvious. We shed light on the domain of spending, money in politics, but there are many challenges in our work. Most importantly, we have a limited role as observers. We cannot act as anti-corruption activists or journalists or auditors and such. And another limitation is duration of our deployment. A lot of events, practices which are related with campaign finance and political party financing are happening before and after the exact election period. So we are missing critical aspects. And apart from trying to do our own analysis, we on election observation missions, we rely a lot on analysis of election stakeholders that are participating in the election process in the country. In terms of obligations, binding documents, there are not many of them. One of them would be United Nations Convention Against Corruption, which set out standards for transparency aimed to reduce various types of corruption. It is the only legally binding multilateral international anti-corruption treaty, and is particularly relevant for implementation of measures for prevention of abuse of state resources for campaigners. Maybe to single out Article 7.3 from this convention, which says each state party shall consider taking appropriate legislative and administrative measures to enhance transparency in the funding of candidatures for elected public office and, where applicable, the funding of political parties. So this is the article specifically talks about raising transparency, enhancing transparency in the funding. Another one would be in the General Comments 25 to the Article 25 of the UN ICCPR, there is paragraph 19, which says reasonable limitations on campaign expenditures may be justified where this is necessary to ensure the free choice of voters is not undermined or the democratic process distorted by the disproportionate expenditures on behalf of any candidate or party. So, of course, ICCPR is a binding document, and many people actually says that as authoritative reading of Article 25, the general comments are also can be considered as binding. So this article can also be considered as binding, and it talks about reasonable limitation on campaign expenditures. There are other international documents such as Convention of Elimination of Discrimination Against Women and Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities that all provide special measures to encourage more balanced participation of these groups. The previous panel was talking a lot about increasing participation of women, and it is usual that some level of public campaign financing may contribute to increasing this goal. Apart from that, we have the recommendation 2003-4 of the Council of Europe's Council of Ministers on common rules against corruption in the funding of political parties and electoral campaigns. We have in our own 1990 OSCE Copenhagen document, we don't talk, this is from 1990, we don't talk much about campaign finance at all actually, but we do talk about ensuring that there is no blurring between party and state, which do talk about the misuse of or proper use of administrative resources, saying that a clear separation between the state and political parties, in particular, political parties will not be merged with the state. This is very important in certain observation missions that we are conducting. Other documents include 2002 Venice Commission's Code of Good Practice in Electoral Matters, and the document that we wrote together with them, which is VC and other guidelines on political party regulations. These guidelines include our reading of standards and good practices in terms of regulation of political party and campaign finances, and it's a very valuable document, and we use it more and more in our reports, including in the last 2020 Montenegro final report. I've maybe forgot to mention that our campaign finance handbook contains an annex with the more exhaustive reading of all the OSCE commitments and other international standards which we use in discussing campaign finance issues. In terms of Montenegro, campaign finance framework, so the relatively new law from 2019, political finance law, brings some improvements to overall framework, which includes defining campaign activities under its scope, and disallowing some commercial activities by political parties, which was also discussed in the previous panel. But there are more negative aspects that we have observed, and this is the one is that the legal framework in general does not establish sufficient safeguards against corruption, and it does not establish and does allow for circumvention of campaign finance rules. There are a number of gaps and conflicting provisions that remain in the legal framework, and they undermine the legal certainty of campaign finance in Montenegro. And there is also noted a lack of public trust in the campaign finance regulatory framework in Montenegro. Briefly about the gaps that we identified, the law lacks regulation of the use of loans. The law lacks comprehensive methodology for evaluation of in-kind donations. For example, it allows contestants to calculate the average price of gratuitous services at their own discretion. And also the discounts are not included as as reported as donations. There are sanctions defined for early campaigning, but the law does not specifically define what would these activities constitute, during the early campaigning. And there is absence of sanctions for inaccurate reporting. We are sort of, I guess, running out of time. I wanted to single out 3 examples how we use international standards, but also good practice in treating the findings in our reports, and which let us build towards the recommendation that we include in our final reports. In the first example, let's briefly talk about the limits of effective oversight. We have a finding that absence of sanctions for inaccurate reporting limits the effectiveness of oversight. And then we basically what we do is we reference three pieces of, to our good practice. One is standard. One is that irregularities in financial reporting should result in the loss of all or part of such funds for the party. Other available sanctions may include the payment of administrative fines by the party. This is taken from paragraph 215 of the Guidelines on Political Party Regulation, which was produced by Venice Commission and ODIHR. Equally so, paragraph 224 says that sanctions should be applied for political parties found in violation of relative laws. And further on, that the sanctions at all times must be objective, enforceable, effective, and proportionate to their specified purpose. The phenomenon of proportionality is very important here, that the sanctions should actually reflect and be proportionate to the purpose of the law. And of course, all the sanctions should be firmly and well grounded in the legislation or accompanying regulations. But then also that the state should require the infringement of rules concerning the funding of political parties and electoral campaigns to be subject to effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions, which is from the Article 16 of the Council of Europe's Recommendation 2003, that I already mentioned before. Second example would be about the limits of transparency of funding. We have a finding that the contestants can declare any income to their campaign funds as coming from their regular party account without disclosing the origins of such contributions. This was something that was discussed at length during the previous panel. Basically, we have a phenomenon that we do have donations that need to be disclosed in a bi-weekly fashion, reported, and then they are published online every 2 weeks during the campaign period. But if the party is transferring money from their own account to the campaign funding account, it remains intransparent, opaque, basically where this money is coming from, and then only in the political party final yearly reports can it be seen the origin of such money and so on. And then we do have we do ground it in international good practice that all disclosure reports should be produced on a consolidated basis to include all levels of party activities, which is in paragraph 202 of our Guidelines of Political Party Regulation, and that the nature and value of all donations received by a political party should be identified in financial reports, paragraph 203. And the last example, I hope we have still time, is about the ineffective expenditure ceiling or expenditure limit. We have a finding that the expenditure limit, which is 2.3 million euro in Montenegro, remains unreasonably high. Basically, it's so high that it's almost as inexistent. And it allows for excessive spending with potential undue influence on the will of voters. And we also, not to repeat, but we also ground this as a finding, as a conclusion as well in the Guidelines on Political Party Regulations. So we do have 3 new recommendations in the 2020 report. 2 are pertinent to this discussion and say that the law should be reviewed to address gaps and ambiguities, including regulating the use of loans, developing a comprehensive methodology for evaluation of in-kind donations, and defining the activities that constitute prohibited early campaigning. And the second one is that to ensure transparency, accountability, and integrity of campaign finance, the law should be amended to prescribe effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions, and to provide for an explicit obligation of the oversight body, which is APC in this case, to identify and publish the information on inaccuracies, including unreported incomes and expenditures. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Zahvaljujem gospodine Petrov i za kraj ovoga panela čućemo gospodina Richarda.
You have the floor, Mr. Plager.
Thank you very much. My name is Richard Pilger, and I bring a different perspective. So I'm a prosecutor in the U.S. federal government. What I do all day, every day is try and put people in prison for violating our campaign finance laws and also our ballot fraud laws. My background is as a corruption prosecutor, which is important for a reason that will become apparent shortly. But I spent my first 20 years with the federal government prosecuting core corruption, meaning bribery, in essence, quid pro quo bribery. So that's what everyone understands. It's in UNCAC. Every country has their laws on exchanging things of value with public officials in exchange for official action in a quid pro quo. We're all familiar with this. Why does that experience matter? Well, part of why I segued into election crimes and campaign finance in particular has to do with the root of all American regulation of campaign finance. So the Supreme Court in the United States has recognized the principle that my colleagues have addressed of free speech and allowing association, avoiding a human rights violation, as the European Court would understand it or call it. And they have said that all campaign finance regulation must be rooted in fighting quid pro quo corruption or the appearance of quid pro quo corruption. So with campaign finance, we're obviously all concerned here with the issue of transparency. And when you have transparency and you can see what money is being spent to the benefit of a politician, you can examine further whether that might implicate a quid pro quo understanding between the contributor and the politician or the candidate. Now, Lisa correctly focused on the difficult issue of expenditures. It's easy to understand regulation of contributions and the amounts of contributions, especially if they go directly to a candidate. We understand contributions as anything that would influence a federal election. We recognize the rights of independent groups to spend in vastly greater amounts of money to influence a federal election. On the expenditure side, there is a concern that it is less likely to result in the appearance of quid pro quo corruption, especially with the independent groups, because if they're truly independent and they're not working with campaigns, working with candidates or incumbents, it's a little more difficult to make the connection between that activity and the idea of a quid pro quo with the candidate or public official. This is an ongoing and very complicated issue that could potentially result in drastic revision by the Supreme Court of the United States of our entire campaign finance reporting system. Now, in international conferences, I'm always very leery of saying that the United States is the model or has the best system. And I don't mean to say that now, but I am going to say we have a very highly developed system in campaign finance, as opposed to some areas of the other areas of the law of corruption, that I do commend to this group. And I distributed in advance a link that the hosts may be able to, or hopefully have given everyone, to our monograph on U.S. election crime law, which includes an extensive chapter on campaign finance. You can read all about the technicalities of it there, and I won't dive too deeply into those. I do want to, I'm sorry Lisa had to leave because I want to take issue a little bit with her definition of who we regulate. We don't simply regulate the independent groups, and I'm focusing on them now, who expressly advocate with magic words for or against the election of a particular candidate. We regulate those who try to influence federal elections in our federal law of campaign finance. So this can include what we call the functional equivalent of saying vote for someone or against someone. So to take a couple of examples to make this concrete, if you had an independent group in the U.S. That launched what we call an issue campaign supporting the idea of build a wall between the United States and Mexico, well, obviously that's associated with a certain former president and a certain political party that advocated that issue. That would be the functional equivalent of saying elect that candidate, support that party. And so we do regulate that. On the other side, we have a president now who has a slogan, Build Back Better. And if you had an issue campaign of Build Back Better using language supporting the expenditures on public infrastructure associated with that, everyone would understand that that's a political ad campaign designed to support a particular candidate. So we're not rigidly tied to magic words. The problem with independent expenditure groups, as I've experienced it prosecuting people, is the coordination issue. Coordination is something that is very difficult to find. And when the Supreme Court allowed the unlimited spending by independent groups, which they did in 2010, people suspected we wouldn't be able to detect it. Well, we have ways of detecting it. We can develop people who come in and complain for whatever reason. They may be disgruntled with their employers or whatever, and they say, well, the candidate was on a golf cart with a billionaire discussing ad campaigns. Well, we can make those cases, and we do. We've put people in prison for this kind of coordination. And we actively seek it out, and we find it, and we prosecute it. The topic that my colleagues have developed is how can you see this, and how can the regulators provide transparency to it? And there was a particular issue raised about the resources required for that. I will say that a good thing for the United States. I'm often addressing our problems, but in the United States we have an agency, the Federal Election Commission. It's not a criminal agency; it's a civil administrative agency, which handles the transparency. And we really don't have a problem if people comply with their reporting requirements. It's highly automated. It's linked to the internet. It depends on reports from the candidate committees, the political parties, and the independent expenditure groups. So if an independent expenditure group exists and it's going to take in or spend $1,000 or more on influencing a federal race, they must register with the FEC and they must make reports of their donors and their expenditures. This ties back to the idea of providing a window onto the possible quid pro quo corruption or the appearance of quid pro quo corruption between such groups and the people that they are benefiting. The FEC really has no problem doing this. I mean, if people don't comply, that's independently a violation of our civil law, our administrative law, and our criminal law if we can show willfulness, meaning that people knew they should do this registration and reporting and they didn't do it. And we prosecute people for that. And the FEC itself has investigative abilities to look into people who haven't registered when they should and to fine them, to impose financial penalties on those who haven't registered and reported, but perhaps were not acting with criminal intent, elevated criminal intent required in this context because it's a highly regulatory scheme. It's not something everyone would necessarily understand as a crime. So we have an extensive and effective transparency regime in the Federal Election Commission, and then we have the Department of Justice working alongside the Federal Election Commission separately with an independent mission, but enforcing the very same campaign finance laws with criminal remedies. Anything that's a violation of the Federal Election Commission's transparency rules as to candidates, parties, independent expenditure groups, anything that the FEC can fine, I can also charge criminally if I can show a threshold amount of money at issue and criminal intent. A couple of concerns that we have that will be troublesome everywhere are protecting minority groups who are subject to harassment, for example. So in the United States, the people are not generally sympathetic to the Communist Party, dating back to the Cold War. I'm not going to address the politics of that or anything about the Communist Party. It's just that in the United States, they're not popular and they're subject to threats and intimidation and so on. Similarly, during the civil rights era of United States history in the 1950s and 60s, when African Americans were attempting to establish their rights, especially their right to vote, they were oppressed by local state governments and subject to threats and intimidation. And they have also been recognized in federal law as deserving protection where they should not have to reveal their donors. So the communists, the civil rights groups, others who are subject to interference by popular dislike and mischief can be exempted from reporting their donors to protect their donors. And this is a complicated issue. It's not applied frequently, but we have the flexibility to address that concern and to protect the rights of donors who would be subject to persecution. But basically, everyone who contributes, that is, spends money to influence a federal campaign has to report it, and it gets on the internet within a couple of days. And if there are discrepancies or people report that there's inaccuracies, and that can be through the media or through informants who come to law enforcement or the FEC and make a complaint. It can be through political opponents. There are robust mechanisms to delve into it, to find coordination, to ensure that people correct inaccuracies in their reporting or register if they have not registered. This does cost money. It costs money to have a federal election commission, but it's not in any way overwhelming. I've never heard anyone complain about the Federal Election Commission's budget being a particular problem for the United States. They have a substantial staff, but it's not overwhelming. And I think I'm happy to say America handles that particular regulatory enforcement regime fairly well. The entire set of laws that they enforce is in this, try and get it on camera, this little book. It's not very thick. And that's, it's not rocket science. And the campaigns all understand this. There's an election bar that advises them with lawyers who understand these rules and keep them on track. It's not particularly onerous or burdensome in my view. And I've persuaded many courts that it's not that complicated or onerous or burdensome. And I've persuaded many juries that it's not complicated or onerous or burdensome. And because there's a consensus on that in the United States, we're able to enforce these laws with fines by the FEC and with prison terms where appropriate for criminal conduct. One of my colleagues, I'm sorry, I forget who, I think it was Goran, mentioned the problem with enforcement against inaccurate reporting. We have developed a very effective use of general criminal law on false reports to the government to punish that kind of conduct very severely. We can charge it as a simple false statement to the government, which is a routine law I'm sure all the countries, including Montenegro, have in some form. We've also applied obstruction of justice law to it when it reaches a certain level of complexity in the scheme to deprive the FEC of accurate information for public reporting through the internet. I think, given the shortness of time, that may be all I should say. But I'm happy to try and answer any questions that the colleagues in Montenegro may have. And thank you very much for inviting me to speak.
Hvala najljepše na izlaganjima, na jednoj drugačijoj perspektivi, na sugestijama. Jel ima eventualno nekih pitanja? Izvolite.
Hello, I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know which language I should speak, whether you can, okay, English, okay, great. Well, once again, thank you very much for coming, or actually for virtually coming to our conference and speaking. We will do our best for the politicians to listen to your messages and listen to the recommendations you gave. My question would be, my main question, even though I have quite many and I could spend days asking you questions, but my main question is, how to regulate issues related to online funding, including by third parties. Online funding in terms of crowdsourcing, but also in terms of something that Yuki mentioned at the beginning of his speech, in terms of funding the campaigns, the promotional marketing campaigns using social networks. Is there any kind of global attempt to regulate the social networks, in particularly Facebook, in terms of increasing transparency? And because we can hardly do anything from a tiny country like Montenegro, but certainly bigger countries already achieved much higher transparency than we have it in the Balkans. For example, in Slovakia, not to mention in the US, you can get much more information about who paid for the ads for political parties. Is there any kind of international effort to regulate these issues? And what would be your recommendation for us, having in mind extremely limited capacities of our administration, including the institution responsible for enforcing the law? Thank you very much.
Hi, I guess I may just give it a step first, and then I'll also invite other colleagues to jump in, if I may. Well, thanks very much for the question, especially in relation to the regulation of the social media spending, let's say, and as well as crowdfunding. We do observe as international organizations all the political campaign finance laws across the world, but this I can say for sure that no country's system is perfect, and then on this particular issue, every country that we speak to are currently really struggling to address this. But one potentially good practice that I could mention here today is the case of Latvia. In Latvia, the political finance is regulated by the Anti-Corruption Agency. It's not the electoral management. So the agency has a relatively more strong mandate when it comes to requiring information from the campaigners or political parties, or they could even have a legal mandate to sanction any misconducts, for example. And in this case, they also made mandatory to request the social media platforms to provide price lists that they charge for their services prior to the campaigns. And that could potentially a very good practice for Montenegro and other countries. So that makes it very easier to verify afterwards, so that so that they also can compare the spending by the political parties and vis-a-vis the price list submitted to the oversight agency, so that they could tell whether their reported spending on the social media campaigns is actually corresponds to this price list. And then if there's a huge gap, that tells a story that either social media campaign companies give them a very unfair discount, or political parties are actually being supported or using social media through other means, for example. And then also, as this is not an easy thing to do, but the securing cooperation from the private company is really the key. If I understand correctly, I think in case of Latvia, I think there's a very high level pressure. I think even some minister level officials visited US and Silicon Valley and then had a talk with these social media companies and requesting the full disclosure of the information in relation to the election campaigns in Latvia, for example. So there's a very strong political will in the country in itself to deal with this, and then they request the social media company to work with them. So this type of the political will drive is also very important. And then also active civil society organization group. I mean, that's also another key. They are often the ones that are able to monitor or try to scrutinize how much Facebook ads or Twitter paid or other form of paid social media as there are in the online sphere, and report back to oversight agencies, for example. So the active civil society monitoring or media monitoring, putting a pressure on the entire issue, I mean, that's another layer of very, very important oversight, I would say. But yeah, Magnus or Goran, Richard, I mean, I'm sure you also have some insights on that.
Well, I'm very happy to jump in there quickly. And thank you, Yuki, and thank you for the question. And you raised the issue of if it's at an international level. Well, so we don't have an international court. We don't actually have a structure through which international companies, which of course the social media giants are, that could force them to declare this information. So the main effort is, to some extent, what Yuki said, in having governments or at a very high level requesting information from the social media giants. It's not easy. There have been a number of failures where institutions, individual oversight institutions have attempted, they've written to various social media giants, they have not had a response. There are international corporations, like IFES, for example, supports the network of EMB, election management bodies, that are working together in their response for a joint engagement with the social media giants. But I think that doing that on a together rather than a nation-to-nation level is more likely to have an impact. But I also really want to stress the issue that Yuki ended with, which is the civil society angle of this. Many of the state enforcement initiatives, the type of powers that exist, Richard was talking about in the United States, don't necessarily exist in countries in the Balkans. And the importance of social media to be able to show what type of campaigning that is going on is incredibly important in terms of reforming, pushing for reform, part of legislation, but let's not forget also of the behavior of political actors. There's also the angle that we may not necessarily want state institutions to have massive amounts of powers in certain situations if we are not entirely convinced that that will be used with respect to all political actors today and in the next decade. So there are many issues that we need to bear in mind. I'll end there. Thank you.
Hvala lijepo. Da li bi još neko želio?
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Mr. Pilger. If he could share some experience and some examples about dealing with illegal financing of the campaigns when it comes to international collaboration, and how the USA and the actors from USA do that kind of work. Thanks.
So our law is very clear on contributions from abroad. They are prohibited not just at the federal level, but all federal, state, local, city elections are subject to this law that no foreign contributions are allowed. Now, the immediate design of the law is to prohibit contributions that go to candidates. There is some debate on whether this applies to independent expenditures. There was a famous incident where the President of the United States, President Obama, criticized the Supreme Court's ruling allowing unlimited third-party or independent expenditures, saying that would allow concealed foreign interference in our elections. And one of the Supreme Court justices in the chamber at this speech yelled out that no, that was not true. The Department of Justice takes the position that these contributions from abroad are prohibited, that if they are meant to influence a federal election, they are contrary to our law. The independent counsel, Mr. Mueller, who investigated the former president, brought indictments against certain Russians for having done this, among other things, in the 2016 election. But there is also a view among scholars, among others outside the Department of Justice, that we should not be afraid of messaging from abroad as long as it's labeled as such. So everyone agrees that concealed foreign influence in American elections, foreign spending through purchases of social media advertisements or purchasing of broadcast or print advertisements are illegal if they are not attributed. So we have in the United States the RT television network, which is sponsored by the Russian government, and they are permitted, tolerated, and allowed to speak to the American people, but they have to at the head of every broadcast, they have to say, we are sponsored by the Russian government. And the view is, if you have that transparency, if the listeners are advised that the message is coming from, this is consistent with our First Amendment values, that people have a right to hear that message if they want to tune into RT, and we trust to the public discourse of the campaign for candidates to address the message that's coming through from a foreign government that reveals itself in its source of being the source of the news, opinion, propaganda, whatever you want to call it. If they don't reveal their influence, if they do it secretly, we can pursue them under our Foreign Agents Registration Act law, which says if you're acting on behalf of a foreign government in the United States, you have to say that that's what you're doing. You can do it as long as you register and say that you're doing it. Now, I acknowledge this is a power of regulation that can be abused. So we have many what the Department of Justice considers good faith and important civil society efforts with which we cooperate in foreign governments, in foreign countries, to encourage discourse promoting democracy. And when you have an association between the United States and an NGO in Montenegro or anywhere else, it's possible that it could be stifled. And this has happened in countries, and I'm sure you're all aware of this, and I won't belabor it, but Russia in particular will persecute these organizations, even if they reveal their association openly, their association with the United States or foreign funding. So It's a complicated issue. In the United States, we're still working through how concerned we should be with messages from abroad. And I'm speaking solely of information messaging. I'm not talking about interference with polling places and other kinds of borderline espionage activity. That's a totally different topic. But in terms of information, let me conclude by saying the U.S. Doesn't want to play whack-a-mole with every foreigner who expresses a political opinion that gets heard in the United States. It's kind of a fool's errand. We do need to take action against efforts at scale by countries like Russia, Iran, or other places that have been publicly identified by our intelligence community as trying to influence American elections secretly. The department's position, my position, is that we should go after that and prosecute it, but always bearing in mind that there are limits yet to be defined here on what's a good idea. In doing this with social media companies, I want to echo and amplify Yuki's message that we depend on relationships with the social media company and not on laws requiring the social media companies necessarily to proactively do things, but on a relationship where they will expeditiously process our government efforts to investigate spending, especially foreign spending. This is complicated by the fact that we're also often suing them for antitrust violations and other problems, and they are very concerned about the privacy of their users, which makes it a fraught relationship. But I would say there's a consensus between the U.S. government and the social media platforms that pursuing foreign advocacy in the United States, hidden foreign advocacy, is something we should all be working on together, and that relationship goes well. So I hope that helps answer the question.
Zahvaljujem još jednom svima i zahvaljujem i na pitanjima i na pojašnjenjima. Hvala vam. Sa ovim zaključujemo i predlažem, budući smo izgubili malo vremena, učesnici sljedećeg panela Slobodan pristup informacijama zauzmu mjesto pa da krenemo sa raspravom. Hoću li ja ovdje? Hoću li ja ovdje?
Guess that's the end of our session. All right. Well, I'll need to leave anyway. Thank you, everyone. That was a great discussion. I'll talk to you all soon. Bye.
informacijama. Opet se krećemo u jednoj dobro poznatoj zoni, budući da je ovo bila jedna od problematičnih pitanja tokom trodecenijske dominacije DPS-a. Evo, došli smo godinu dana od promjene vlasti, godinu dana od formiranja vlade, nema novog zakona o slobodnom pristupu informacijama. Istraživači još imaju, čini mi se, neke stare primjedbe. Tu je i moj kolege, tu je i predstavnik Mansa koji mnogo aktivnije koriste tu alatku nego ja. Ja nekako dođem na gotovo, pokupim njihove informacije, pa to predočavam političarima, poslanicima, predstavnicima vlade, ali da započnemo raspravu, prvo predstavim naše goste. Sa nama je Milijana Vukotić-Jelušić, VD generalne direktorice i direktorata za efikasnu implementaciju dobre javne uprave, Ministarstvo javne uprave, digitalnog društva i medija. Manje ministarstava, ali su duži nas. Zatim Biljana Božić, rukovodilac Odsjeka za slobodan pristup informacijama u Agenciji za zaštitu ličnih podataka. Dobrodošli. Mihajlo Jović, moj kolega, programski direktor nezavisnog dnevnika Vijesti. Sa nama su virtualno Helen Darmshire, izvršna direktorica Access Info Europe. Hvala što ste sa nama. Natalie Hogg.
Thank you for being with us. That the director of the Global Initiative, Transparency International's Defense and Security. Thank you to Emberko Glucevic, legal advisor of the NGMS. So let's start from you. As I said, for a year and a half, we've been in the same sort of framework. I know that you're probably not the right address, the best address. The government was supposed to do that, but you are here and I'm asking why we don't have any law, and is the new law a precondition to change anything in this area? Otherwise, it's useless to discuss these things. Hello to the participants of the panel, the participants in the room. This is not the field that I directly deal with my work, but I will try to provide the best information on behalf of the ministry. This is a especially sensitive issue and challenging issue because we live in a country where the culture of hiding things in many spheres of life is evident. This was the first on the list of the priorities in the agenda of the Ministry of the Media and Digital Society. We have had a consultative process regarding the change of the law on free access to information, which was given the positive opinion of the European Commission. If it is adopted, it will significantly improve the access to information in Montenegro. The draft is ready. It's been, or the proposal actually has been discussed in the Government Commission, will soon be adopted by the government. We based our work on some analysis, and we can in mind the shortcomings in this law, especially denial to proactive access to information. So what are the crucial contributions of this law? The crucial contribution is the fact that the law deleted restrictions to the application to the law, that we expanded the reasons regarding prevailing public interest. Tax secret cannot refer now to public officials. We extended the scope of information that must be published and provided. Then we also included the harm test and defined it in a better way. we also defined the officer for free access to information in the system. We strengthened the competencies of the Agency for Free Access to Information as an independent body. And it will have new competencies such as giving advice regarding improvement of the situation.
Zahvaljujem. Božić, dakle, šta vi kažete na ocene, sam malo toga?
What do you say about some opinions that little has changed? I wish to thank the organizers of the conference first. I wish to welcome on behalf of the Agency for the Protection of Personal Data and Free Access to Information. I can share with you my personal experience regarding the application of the law since 2013, when the new law was adopted, including the law on free access to data and the field of secret data. The amendments were done in 2017. And also in 2020, the Ministry of Public Administration established a working group to work on the amendments to the law on free access to information. My personal contribution was to share with my colleagues all the legal dilemmas and issues that we had encountered regarding interpretation of some provisions from the law on free access to information, especially the part referring to Article 9, which defines all the entities that have to provide the information. But the reason was to have different legal interpretation for the same legal norm regarding different administrative procedures. And since we have dealt today with financing of political parties and political campaigns, I can say that in 2016, the agency received 3,555 complaints referring to the conduct of different entities regarding proactive publishing of information of political entities in political campaigns. So we acted upon the requests of applicants. In 2020, we had the first decisions of courts. So the beginning of submitting the request was in 2016, and the majority of the case law by the Supreme Court came between 2019 to 2020. The agency, bearing in mind its competencies, especially when it comes to the silence of administration, the agency has to ask entities to say why, whether the reasons are objective or subjecting for rejecting access to information. And until 2017, one political party sent us a court decision from 2011. That decision was based on the first law on the free access to information. The position was that political parties do not have to provide, that they are not bound by the law. We had consultations with the colleagues from the region, let's say from Croatia. They didn't have active cases, but also political parties were not bound by the law. The judgment that we got, 783/2018 from the Supreme Court, contains clear reasons by revoking the decision of the agencies, which said that the political parties are not bound by the law. And after that decision, we changed our practice, and all the political parties are now considered to be bound by the law, and we have the case law of the administrative court, which was not disputed before the Supreme Court of Montenegro. I just want to say that applicants, mainly NGOs, are actively deal with research on a monthly level regarding requests submitted to political parties. What we monitor now is that there is mainly the trend of silence of political parties regarding free access to information. Working on the provisions of the law on free access to information and based on the case of the administrative bodies and those cases confirmed by the Supreme Court, now whenever there is a dilemma, legal dilemma, now we have it defined clearly in Article 20. So when the body does not have a certain type of information, of course, they can state that they are not able to provide information, and they have to provide actually clear reasons why they do not hold the information. I also want to say is that since the beginning of 2013, we have forwarded the files to the administrative inspection, and now, based on the new provisions, this inspection control, which has been done now by the administrative inspection, after the amendments are adopted, will be transferred to the agency. I just inform all of you about the capacities of the agency. We need to employ additional staff because the list of the information that has to be proactively reported or published has been extended. So that's very important because it clarifies whether you have to provide information. So in cooperation with Sigma, we can train the colleagues before the law is adopted what has to be published on the internet or web pages. I also want to say that based on the draft strategy of the reform of public administration, some activities have been defined regarding free access to information. What our mission is that all our decisions be made available to the public. We also have colleagues from the region who wants to get some information. And it will be clear what are the decisions of the first instance body, what are the decisions of the administrative court, and finally the Supreme Court. And what I want to say that based on the 9-month project that we had, owing to the European delegation that organized a visit of our colleagues from Croatia, we discussed many things regarding the implementation of the law. I just want to conclude that now when we draft these provisions, we need to take into account technical possibilities of all those who are required to provide information. It's not the same in the institutions in Podgorica or some small municipalities such as the municipality of Šavnik. Do they have equal possibilities? No. So we need to leave enough room. Our law inspection supervision clearly defines the deadlines for removing irregularities, but in order to develop a non-existent web page is impossible without now observing the law on the procedure of public procurement, for example. So you need to define these things in your agenda. Thank you.
I ask Mr. Jovovic to be patient, to bear with me, because I want to let Helen Derbyshire in due to the constraints of time. I should ask her how distressing and concerning it is, given our situation, that after the change of incumbency, we don't have any legislative changes. You'll hear from journalists and researchers that there is a slight progress, no progress in this regard in practice.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dobar dan. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
we can hear you.
Great. Well, greetings. I'm sorry I'm not able to be with you there in Podgorica today, but it's a busy time of year, as you know. Happy Anti-Corruption Day to everybody. We know that the right of access to information isn't only a right for fighting against corruption. It has many other benefits, helping participation in decision-making for better decisions, defending other human rights. But clearly, the fight against corruption is important, and particularly something worth discussing on this day. So, with respect to your question, yes, I have to confess that I was a little bit surprised when invited to this meeting to learn about the significant delays in the adoption of the reformed law, given that this is something that was promised, well, quite a while ago now. And in fact, that we've been making from Access Info specific and concrete recommendations on over the past few years in a number of analyses of the law. I think it's also really important to take into consideration that the Montenegro is one of the first countries that signed and ratified the Council of Europe Convention on Access to Official Documents, the Tromsø Convention as it's known, which is a convention that came into force just a year ago on the 1st of December 2020. So the convention which you as a country have ratified is now in force. And yet Montenegro has not fully brought its line into its law into line with that convention. Indeed, the law, some amendments to the law made over recent years took it further away from that convention. And I'd like to particularly highlight the question of the exceptions. Now, the lady who was just speaking mentioned the fact that there's been some strengthening in the proposed draft, if I understood it, of the harm test. Maybe I misunderstood that wrong because I was having computer problems and I didn't catch all the translation. But anyway, that would be good if that has been done. But according to the information I have about the drafts which are currently on the table, you haven't, for example, got a proposal, or the government hasn't accepted the proposal to reform Article 1 of the law, which has some really problematic exceptions in them, excluding information that's deemed to be secret, confidential, excluding information exchanged with international organizations. These are provisions which we have criticized repeatedly over the past years. They are completely out of line with international standards. They run directly counter to the Tromsø Convention of the Council of Europe, because that convention and all international standards require that every single exception be subject to a harm and public interest test. And it's important that you can request certain information. Maybe there would be some harm, but maybe there's an overriding public interest. And to have those blanket exceptions right at the top of the law in Article 1 sends entirely the wrong signal about the attitudes towards access to information and towards transparency. So I really urge not only that you move forward with the reform of the law, but that you look particularly at those things which undermine the whole essence of the law, the nature of the right. Just to say, I'm speaking to you from Madrid this morning. The sun just came out as well, which is nice. And in Spain, we've been pushing to get our transparency law strengthened because it's not one of the strongest ones. The good news from Spain is two things. First, that in our Open Government Action Plan, and actually I don't know where Montenegro is with your Open Government Action Plan, whether you've got one at the moment or whether you're delayed on that, but we've managed to get in Spain the government to put strengthening the access to information law into our Open Government Action Plan. And just a few days ago, a couple of weeks ago in November, the Spanish government signed the Council of Europe Convention, the Tromsø Convention, with a view to ratifying it relatively shortly, also a commitment in the action plan. And we're having discussions with constitutional lawyers and others right now about full recognition of a fundamental right of access to information in Spain. But what we do have is the harm and public interest test applying to every single exception in our chapter on exceptions. And that includes information that might affect national security or international relations in line with international standards. So those are some initial thoughts and opening remarks. I can be here until 3 o'clock. I'm afraid that I've got an event with the French Parliament, a French Parliamentary Commission on transparency at 3 o'clock. So I apologize that I'll have to leave then, but happy to take any questions now or to be in touch with you afterwards to respond to any questions you have about the process of reforming your law. Thank you.
Hvala vam najljepša. Evo, dakle, čuli smo izlaganje Helene Darčić, dakle, primjedbu da ni u nacrt.
Yeah, she said that even in the draft reforms, the reformed law, they didn't incorporate those changes. Is there a will and a basic awareness of how important this is? And when Prime Minister at the press conference marking the year after the appointment of the government refused to say who are the ministers who didn't satisfy his expectations and promised to give us an analysis. This is the context in which we live. I would like to ask Michko Jovovic to comment on that. No law, no will. We hear that so often, no changes in practice and practices. Could you illustrate it through this aspect of continuously running against the standards? Yeah, I have experience with that. I did an analysis and analyzed the situation from 2019 on, and I would reiterate what Vanya said. They can't adopt new laws, but yes, they can amend the present ones. And so we have in May 2020 we got the information from the network on reporting of corruption and organized crime in cooperation with following the trajectory and the travel documents of the flights and flight details of our officials. I saw that our plane coming back from Brussels, stopped in Geneva, and Djukanovic, then the Prime Minister of Montenegro, or President, I can't remember which position he was on, and I wanted to get information from the General Secretariat of the government to get an answer and about that, and then I analyzed again the other flight. I had the Bratislava plane carrying Djukanovic again stopping at Geneva, and I again filed the request to get an answer what happened. And in September the same year, they replied that those were internal documents or internal information. They told me that these the documents were declared internal documents in March, whereas my first request came from 6th of March. So I don't know how they managed to do that. And then there is another coincidence. They changed the list of registry to be destroyed, of our archived documents to be destroyed, and then they made a decision that after a couple of months, all the details about those flights with a government plane are to be destroyed. So this all started in 1st March, the first flight 6 March and 20 and something March, they changed, they amended the rule where they adopted the decision that these documents should be destroyed after couple of months. I sue them. I start legal action with the help of MANS. And there was a remedy at the end, a legal remedy note, which by mistake stated that I should complain to you, and he pointed at the lady from the government, I believe. And whereas I have to bring the case before the court, administrative court. So the court ruled after a year since I filed the request, and they said that they couldn't declare those internal documents because they are internal documents and could be declared internal documents only if those information would harm the operation of that agency or administrative body. So this was the request to know where they flew, who was in the delegation, where they stopped, etc., etc. How can that be considered and declared internal document and find an excuse that this information could harm the security of protected security protected persons, and how come that it should be treated internal document that could do any harm, because it tells us where the plane stops and which services they use. They didn't they didn't use possibility to have those information that would harm the security protected, the persons under security protection, to have them deleted or somehow concealed. But I just wanted to know of the and when the new incumbency was set in power, then I wanted to look into all information, and I saw that apart from these 2 flights, there were 13 flights in Geneva, and there were no official contacts at that time. So I made a request in September for all the flights. I addressed the General Secretariat. I wanted to know all the information, and I got the information from the General Secretary that he will give me all the information. But again, from them, I got the same decision about those flights. I got it in the end of April. I got the document stating the same explanation. After that, I won the case before the court to get information for these two first flights. For which I requested information, and I came with a decision of the court and requested the information. And I published the article. I got information for two flights, and I expect the General Secretariat to do as the court ordered in this decision, in this ruling. And then the government, after the recommendation of the National Anti-Corruption Council, was requested to give us the information. It was 18th November, and in the end of November, I got information that they acted as ordered by the court. And again, they gave me the same decision with the same rationale, even though the court was clear that they didn't apply the rules accordingly, and that they shouldn't have and couldn't have declared the decision, the documents, internal documents. I don't know if they did a harm test, and General Secretary was dismissed from office later on. Yes, and we know that this government-owned plane was used on several occasions for other missions we were not clear about. So at least for the two flights, the first ones that I pinpointed, the court was clear. And so 3 Secretary Generals changed in that period of my reference, but the decision was the same. They say that, for example, they can't find a document which defines the status of the requested information. And then they also said that they have to check it with the International Intelligence Security Agency. So who they protect? My only logical assumption is that they have no reason to protect Djukanovic, at least the people who are in the government and who are in power now, and they protect themselves, because either they use the plane for private missions or not, or they plan to. During the break, I asked the Prime Minister why his flights are secret, because this could. I'm not sure if he knows the details of the case, but he said that they recommended removal of this status, but I told him that despite the court ruling, nothing happened. I know that Mans did the same, and I wonder, what surprised me is that Prime Minister said that they want to be transparent, and there are always some procedures getting in the way. And then he says, there are no more procedures, just come here and I'll give you the information. How can the Prime Minister say ignore the procedures? Yeah, he said that I should come to his office on Saturday and that he will give me the information. So we heard concrete experience, a narrative of a concrete experience. Now I give the floor to Natalie Haug from the Transparency International, the Director of Defense and Security Department there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for this opportunity to speak at what's a really important event. An important day in the calendar for people interested in anti-corruption. It's also really nice to be speaking to a event in Montenegro, which is a country that I have visited a couple of times and is very beautiful and enjoyable. For people who don't know, Transparency International is a global movement working in over 100 countries to tackle corruption and promote transparency, accountability and integrity. And Transparency International Defence and Security is a global programme whose purpose is to ensure that defence and security institutions are accountable to their publics and subject to civilian democratic control and oversight, and that corruption risks are reduced. I'll just put up my screen now so I can run through a few points in a presentation. Okay, so why do we focus on the defence sector and why are we particularly interested in reducing secrecy and increasing transparency? How to govern military powers presents one of the great global challenges of our age. Defence sectors are very powerful, they're often secretive, and yet they're responsible for destructive capabilities. And when governance of defence sectors fails, it fails spectacularly, with real significant consequences for peace, stability and human life. Despite this, defence sectors are often lacking the basic governance standards of other public sectors, with oversight, transparency and accountability requirements often excluding the defence sector. It's also a sector globally that is growing. Annual global military expenditure is estimated to be at almost $2 trillion a year. And at the same time, it's characterized by very high secrecy, which makes effective oversight of this difficult. In short, the scale and opportunity for corruption in the sector is increasing exponentially, while oversight systems and regulations are often woefully inadequate. With this in mind, I'm going to talk about a research project that we run. It's known as the Government Defence Integrity Index, and it's a key resource for defence sectors, including looking into transparency and access to information. I'll talk a bit about that in general. I'll then look at Montenegro's results specifically, noting importantly that the results that I'm going to present are based on data that was collected between February and October 2019. And then finally, I'll introduce some key principles and good practice on access to information for defence sectors. So the Government Defence Index is a contribution to what we want to do in terms of increasing the resilience of corruption, increasing the resilience to corruption over defence sectors. So the Government Defence Integrity Index covers 86 countries and it measures the levels of corruption risk, not actual corruption, corruption risk in national defence establishments. And it does this by assessing the existence, effectiveness and enforcement of institutional controls. We've just published the third iteration of this index. You can see the web address there, but I'll pop it in the chat box at the end of the presentation as well. And there you'll be able to access not only all the results, but Montenegro's results as well. And the Government Defence Integrity Index should be seen really as a tool for government and civil society and other actors who are interested in reducing secrecy and increasing transparency and access to information. It includes specific questions on access to information for the defence sector, but also transparency and access to information are key themes running through the whole index. So within the index, we cover 5 main risk areas, which are these ones that you can see here: policy making and political affairs, finances, personnel management, military operations, and procurement. And each of these risk areas is looked at through a series of 77 questions and 212 indicators. So it provides a very comprehensive qualitative data set for each country on these risk areas. And as I said, for each risk area, there are questions related to transparency. But overall, just to note that across the whole index, transparency is weakest in the area of defence procurement. Where 37% of the states in the index are assessed as having limited to no transparency with regards to procurement in the defence sector. So just to explain how the index is scored, each country overall gets a scoring of between A and F, with A being a very low risk of corruption and F being a critical risk of corruption. So what's the index telling us about transparency and access to information? As I said, it's a central theme through all the risk areas, as good levels of transparency and access to key defence information enables strong and independent oversight. And it's a key feature of strong and resilient defence institutions that they can protect themselves from the risk of corruption. What the latest data shows is that the sector still essentially operates in secrecy and often has inadequate policies and procedures to mitigate corruption risks. Mechanisms for public access to information in defence sectors currently lack effective implementation, which leaves defence sectors at risk of corruption. So we really see an implementation gap between legislation being placed and this actually being implemented effectively. Interestingly, what we've also found out is that despite what is often assumed by governments, that secrecy is important for a strong defence sector, it's not actually what's coming through in the data, it's not actually a prerequisite for effective and well-functioning defence security sector. It's really a political decision to withhold this information. So we see that some of the countries that have the highest scores and therefore robust transparency in the index, for example, Norway, New Zealand and the United Kingdom, actually have the highest levels of transparency as well. And it suggests that transparency in the defence sector is really highest in states with more participatory and transparent government overall. So what we're looking at on this slide is the average scores for the index on the specific question, which is question 30, which asks, are mechanisms for accessing information from the defence sector effective? And as you can see from this, it shows that there's a long way to go to this actually being the case. Of the 86 countries assessed, almost half were found to be at high to critical risk of corruption in relation to their access to information regimes, the legal frameworks for access to information, implementation guidelines, and effectiveness of practice at the institutional level are currently inadequate to ensure citizens' rights to access to information. Weaknesses in legal frameworks regulating access to information in defence expose countries to a high level of corruption risk as they reduce transparency and oversight. And as I've said, weaknesses in the implementation of these frameworks in practice also present significant risks. So I'm going to turn to Montenegro's GDI results specifically before looking at Montenegro's results in relation to access to information. So this is what we call the scorecard. This is Montenegro's scorecard, where you can see each of the 5 risk areas and the scoring by questions within those risk areas. I just want to reiterate again that the data was collected between February and October 2019. And you can see that overall Montenegro is being assessed as at a very high corruption risk. And so I've spoken about question 30 specifically, which speaks to access to information, but bear in mind that through each of these risk areas and across the questions, there are a set of indicators that all relate directly to levels of transparency. So this is moving on to question 30 specifically for Montenegro, which is asking, are mechanisms for accessing information from the defence sector effective? I'm not totally up on the legislative process within Montenegro, but I understand there is draft legislation coming through, albeit maybe stalled, and that has potential to change the scoring for this area in the next iteration of the GDI. And again, please do bear in mind the data collection period. So what we can see here is on this specific question, Montenegro is scored as a D, a high risk of corruption. You can see that when we look at access to information mechanisms, we're looking at both the legal framework, where out of a maximum of a score of 100, Montenegro has scored 50, and classification of information, and then the effectiveness of the implementation of the legal framework, where Montenegro is scoring 25 out of 100. So the good practice score really sets the standard for where countries should be striving to get to in their reform efforts. So what does good look like in access to information defence sectors? So we have some principles set out here. And although some information in the defence sector will need to remain classified, there's a tendency for defence institutions to really apply overreaching exemptions to freedom of information on the grounds of national security. And we would call on states to apply these exemptions sparingly and based really on clear and publicly available criteria. So access to information is one of the essential tools for combating corruption and building institutional integrity. It enables external oversight by government, by legislators, civil society and the media, and it increases accountability of political decision-making and institutional practice. It really enables informed participation by the public and civil society in debates about development of policy and law. And it helps bring corruption risks and actual incidents of corruption to light, facilitating the push for accountability and reform. While I've said currently secrecy is often the norm, not transparency for the defence sector, and we would like to see that changed. Transparency should be the norm and secrecy the exception. So as I think we've already had referred to, despite robust and widely agreed international and national anti-corruption and freedom of legislation that governs public sectors, the defence sector remains secretive and lacking a fundamental level of transparency that's crucial for ensuring accountability. And such legislation frequently contains national security exemptions that are very vague, undefined or overreaching, and provides defence institutions with a sweeping mandate to classify information by labelling it critical to national security. This really makes it very difficult for any sort of civilian control of the security sector, hampering oversight bodies and increasing corruption risks at all levels. And it allows corruption to occur unexposed and unaddressed in the shadows. So, I mean, just to reiterate, while clearly there will be elements of information that will not be shared in the public and need to be classified, it should be a well-founded exception, not a rule. and exceptions must be proportionate and necessary, and transparency should remain the default approach. And finally, the interest of preventing, investigating, or exposing corruption should itself be considered an overriding public interest, as corruption really wastes public resources, but also undermines national security efforts. So just to wrap up, what does good look like in access to information in the defence sector in practice? So good practice for the defence institutions would be to bring the defence sector in line with other sectors, with the key difference being the increased emphasis on ensuring that national security exemptions, where applied, are clearly justified according to rigorous and transparent guidelines. Defence institutions should proactively make certain types of information available to the public and to independent oversight bodies. This should include information related, for example, to defence strategy, budgets, expenditure, audit reports, and procurement data. Legislation and implementing guidelines in relation to access to information in the defence sector should stipulate clearly how the public can access defence information, what information is available and what is not available, how classified information is categorised, how the public can appeal those decisions, and that there's an active, accessible, independent, external appeal or review body to review access to information decisions. And finally, defence institutions should have clear and publicly available rules for withholding and classifying national security information. So this framework should really include additional safeguards, including time limitations on classification of information and guidance on the application of tests balancing the public interest against the concrete harm of releasing specific information, ideally along the lines of the global principles on national security and right to information, known as the Tashwani principles. And the last point really is related to whistleblowers and journalists who should obviously not face retaliation for seeking or publishing information if the public interest in the information disclosed outweighs the public interest in secrecy. So that's a very quick trip through the Government Defence Integrity Index, the standards that it seeks to set for access to information in the defence sector, and the current the situation as assessed in 2019 in Montenegro. All of this information, including the full assessment, is available on our website, and I'll stop there now for any follow-on questions or conversation. Thank you very much.
Hvala najljepše. Evo, čuli smo još jedan ugled sa strane.
Thank you. We heard your comments, and before we come to Q&A, let's hear from Mr. Gluščević, who is from Manson, who uses free access to information in everyday work. What's the situation? What was the situation like? And what are the challenges? I want to thank for your fantastic organization, invitation to take part. What are the problems like? They're the same as those we had 2 years ago. Lack of transparency, it has its roots in the law. NGOs requested a year ago the amendment of the law, but it hasn't been, those amendments were not accepted. We have given our remarks regarding this, the cases that Mr. Jovovich raised, and the process is very slow and tardy. So if you get an information 4 years after you requested it, then it doesn't have the validity. Just imagine what it's like about public procurements. And so we win the case before the court, and then the first instance first instance body would say that they don't have information anymore. So do you think that they, from the government, couldn't find excuses? And we hear the fact that we got the recommendations, that we got the advice from international experts. And Ms. Helen mentioned Article 1 in particular, and let me tell you that it restricts the application of this access in case of secret data and classified data, etc., etc. So whenever we request an information, then they tell us that it's protected information. And then we have the remedy that we should file the case before the court. And this article actually is a troublemaker because it restricts the free access to information. So if I want to put it to make a league table, which is the most open and least open authority or agency? Yes, the least open is National Security Agency, from which we can't even get some statistical document. I believe that the Initiative of Youth for Human Rights requested the information about the number of people under the electronic surveillance. They received the information that they can't get the information. The agency lodged complaint, and the court upheld it. So after the Commissioner for Information ordered information to be given to the requesting party, they got the answer that they don't have that information any longer. The same is in Serbia, so I have to say that it's the same case, and this behavior and the lack of explanation and lack of accountability affects this freedom of information anyway. This is a constitutional right to have access to information in public interest, whereas we have to prove the public interest. Otherwise, we should have the principle where every information be treated as the information in public interest, of course, and we are aware that some information have to be protected, but we need to get an information, especially when we, for example, we have the status of some documents lasting for 2 days, and with the option to renew it for another 2 years. Then it changes the class into confidential. But this is what our authorities usually abuse. We heard the interventions from colleagues. I believe I want to ask you which was the most efficient authority. Yes, it was Ministry of Capital Investments, which put some information on the highway open, but most of the information remained classified, and some authorities, some bodies managed to remove the status and change the level of secrecy. Once they did it, we were in position to publish. So the remedy is fantastic, very characteristic of all these cases. It tells us that nothing changes there. As for Ministry of Health, yes, it gives us information rather expediently, but there are some information where we get incomplete information or the names being deleted, etc. Names and we have even the decision of the court about that, and also business secret as the status and an option to limit the access, to restrict the access. We wanted to look into inspection, supervision of the National Bank of Montenegro, and then they advised us to follow the procedure of formally requesting the information, and then, for example, they would tell us to file the request with the agency, and then agency declares this request indismissible, and so it is a vicious circle that lasts quite long. I think that even the new law in its draft as it is right now won't address all the problems. Some 10 days ago, they adopted conclusion in the government that they will keep on working on that law, that we should wait for the outcome of that, of course. What I wanted to say is that, for example, tax authorities do the harm test and they do it in writing, because harm test is to tell us whether the information would inflict damage on public body or authority, and whether the public interest is predominant or not. Tax administration has one approach, the other authority other approach, so it's not balanced and consistent approach. So we also have the cases in which the same authority issues decisions in different format, and for example, we wanted to know which are chauffeur-driven cars that the judges of Supreme Court have and have at their disposal. And then we get information from Ministry of Interior that there is no such a thing, whereas on the website of the Anti-Corruption Agency, there is a list. So we end up with the decision of the authority to say that the approach was not correct, a procedural approach. And so as for real estate register, there are all sorts of excuses on their part as well. So we have different approaches adopted by different institutions, but also difference in approaches by our judiciary. The Supreme Court gives its position on that, but the Supreme Court has a special administrative department, and the fact that the judiciary is a bit blocked due to the ongoing activities, we have to see the effects. You've heard the interventions. We've been talking about that for ages. What would be your conclusion? Oh, we can't hear the speaker. Microphone. And Article 1. I want to say that I didn't take part in drafting it. I want to say that it's not upon the provision of the law, but about about responsible approach and responsibility in this regard. We published a list of officials and their salaries and extra hours of work, and etc., and it ended up with criticisms of how big are the salaries of our officials, etc., so that, we have lots of officials not even issuing decisions, or my directorate is in charge for oversight of political parties. The first thing I found was that we don't have a register of political parties, even though I expected that to be run so that we have, because and I tried to find one, and what I concluded is that we have to do the registers, to change the registers in such a way to delete those from the register who shouldn't be there, and so on and so forth. So is this to say we can't hear speaker? We can't hear the speaker. Sorry. So nothing has changed in our institutions. Changes are happening and taking place from within. I see it myself every day. I come to work. Maybe it doesn't seem that in the public eyes, in the eyes of public. Yeah, we can say that there are some things, the things deteriorated, said the speaker. Coming from, I want to say that, yes, we share responsibility. I regret that all this information remain just requests and nothing more. These are things that for which we have to do something, and I'm especially aware of the plights of NGOs and media. I know that a harm test is applied for all protected documents, and the question is then who do the test and how they will decide, go about that. I want to believe that there will be people who will duly apply the law.
Ja mislim da nema lične odgovornosti ako nema sankcije,
za nekoga ko ne uradi nešto što treba da uradi po zakonu ili ko uradi nešto suprotno tom zakonu. Svuda, pa i u ovim upravnim postupcima. Ja ne znam da li postoji neka odredba koje su oni odgovorni, ali ja mislim da je došlo vrijeme da se podnose krivične prijave za ljude koji očigledno rade suprotno onome što treba da rade. I uskraćuju ljudima i organizacijama pravo na informacije koje su po zakonu dužni da daju. Ja ne znam ima li, ja sam u stvari znam, ima i dosta takvih slučajeva, ali je stvar u tome da se po mom iskustvu ništa nije promijenilo. Vi kažete mijenja svaki dan. Ja to ne vidim u ovim slučajima, a ovo je očigledno je to. Kako može, znači, ova vlast osvježilo, nije osvježilo. Kada je riječ o ovom. Tome je stvar. Znači, ti ljudi i dalje možda ne znaju, ali ne može biti da ne znaju. Znači, ovo najnovije moje rješenje potpisao Kandić, koji je imao taj slučaj, ali ne bih da dovodim to veze s ovim. On je mi se čini dalje zamjenik generalnog sekretara.
To nešto su stigali registarski?
Ne znam, ne bih u to dolazio. Znači, ako...
To je postao običajski do registarske tablice, gdje skupšte se pominje kao da su kamčari.
To imali smo takvih iskustava i ranije kod nekih političara. Čini mi se neki ministar zdravlja, mislim. Bravo. Znači, ovim zakonom u onim kaznenim odredbama trebalo bi propisati konkretno za stvari ovakve, znači kad službenik koji je zadužen za to ili njegov nadređeni ili oboje, da budu na neki način kažnjeni brzo, ne kažem da se uvede prijeki sud, ali na neki novčano ili na bilo malo više vodili računa o tome. Ne poznajem dovoljno upravni sistem upravnog postupka, ne znam da li to postoji, ali ako ne postoji, ja mislim da bi trebalo da postoji. I to je onda lična odgovornost. Čaba mi, da vidimo hoće li ovaj čovjek to da uradi ili neće. Ne, on to mora da uradi. Ako ne uradi, kazna. I to je to. To je vladavina prava. A da ostavljamo nekome na ličnu odgovornost, nema svrhe to. Uvjerili smo se ovih 30 godina.
I ovih godina. Je li ima nekih konkretnih pitanja?
Naprijed. Pitanje za vas. Znači, u vašem iskustvu, koliko traje prosječan postupak kod upravnog suda po ovim zahtjevima kad vas recimo tuže? Koliko vremena? Imate li podatak?
Imamo prilike podatak, zahvaljujući tome što sam bila učesnica u radnoj grupi za izradu nacrta strategije reforme državne uprave i uvaženi kolega iz sudije Upravnog suda Srđan Klikovac je ukazao da upravni postupci pred Upravnim sudom traju najmanje godinu dana kada je u pitanju odlučivanje po izjavljenim tužbama, a povodom, kažem, donetih rješenja kako Savjeta agencije, tako i svih drugih obveznika zakona koji zapravo odlučuju o podacima koji su određeni stepenom tajnosti. S tim što želim također da ukažem na veliki trend u smislu izjavljenih tužbi. Upravnom sudu mi smo do današnjeg dana zaprimili ukupno 1099 u našim postupcima, a od početka kalendarske godine zaključno sa današnjim datumom smo zaprimili 5161 žalbu. Znači, to su samo žalbe na rješenje prvostepenih organa na informacije koje se ne odnose na tajne podatke. Tako da u konačnom koliki je broj podnijetih tužbi kada je u pitanju taj dio procedure i primjene člana 34 stav 2 na tajne podatke, mi nismo u posjedu takve informacije, ali se ti pasoši indikatori itekako prate kada je u pitanju strategija reforme bila za period 2016. i 2020. godina, jer uglavnom se u izvještajima koji smo dobijali navodilo da su prvostepeni organi u sve većem broju označavali određene informacije stepenom tajnosti U tom dijelu agencija nema direktnu nadležnost, osim u onom dijelu što smo prikupljali podatke za potrebe našeg informacionog sistema i na kraju kalendarske godine, kako u svom godišnjem izveštaju, tako i izveštaju koji smo dužni da podnosimo Evropskoj delegaciji kad je u pitanju poglavlje 23, također i taj dio koji se odnosi na određivanje stepena tajnosti. Zbog čega? Zato što su službenici obavezni da nakon donijete odluke unesu u naš informacioni sistem vrstu odluke. Tako da smo mogli da dajemo tačne statističke podatke koliko od ukupnog broja podnijetih zahtjeva se zapravo je bilo odbijeno zbog određenog stepena tajnosti. Zato što je informacioni sistem bio razvijen na takav način da zapravo podnosilac zahtjeva mora da klikne i ako je odbije pristup informaciji po kom pravnom osnovu je odbio taj pristup, zato smo i bili u mogućnosti, kao što smo i sada, da prikupljamo takvu vrstu podataka koji se, kad je u pitanju drugostepeno odlučenje savjeta agencije, mi nemamo direktnu nadležnost, ali vrlo često u praksi se susrećemo sa jednom pravnom situacijom, a to je zapravo pogrešna pravna pouka. Gdje mi iz spisa predmeta možemo da naslutimo da je nešto određeno stepenom tajnosti, mi imamo situacije kada zapravo prvostepeni organi se u svom rješenju ne pozivaju ni na kakvo rješenje koje im je određeni podatak određen stepenom tajnosti, već da je određena informacija poverljiva u skladu sa pravilnikom koji je donijet u skladu sa zakonom o tajnim podacima i plus to daju pogrešnu pravnu pouku da smo mi nadležni. To je vrlo je klizav teren u smislu da savjet agencije posebno u tom dijelu što nije okvir njihove nadležnosti uđe u procjenjivanje da li je zaista nešto označeno stepenom tajnosti i ne, kad u biti nisu nadležni da postupaju u tim predmetima. Mi smo u tim situacijama pravovremeno postupali i ono što želim također da kažem, a to je i potvrđeno i presudama Upravnog suda, da zapravo pogrešna pravna pouka nema za posljedicu da zapravo podnosila zahtjeva gubi neko svoje pravo. Toliko, i ukoliko mi dozvolite, mislim da novi trend koji se kroz izmjene i dopune zakona želio prosto promijeniti, kad je u pitanju te štetnosti, posebno u tom dijelu koji se odnosi na tajne podatke, smo bili stanovišta. Sadašnja zakonska odredba je ukazivala na to da ste vi kada zaprimite zahtjev za slobodan pristup, bez obzira što je u skladu sa članom 9 i 10 niste vlasnik tog podatka, ste bili u obavezi da taj zahtjev proslijedite nadležnom organu koji odredio stepen tajnosti. S ovim izmjenama i dopunama zakona smo željeli da se skrati taj vremenski period i smatrali smo da najbolje onaj organ koji je odredio stepen tajnosti zna da li će da sprovede proceduru skidanja stepena tajnosti, što također postoji kao mogućnost, i da će dati zapravo najbolje razloge u smislu, da kažem, davanja jasnih razloga kad je u pitanju primjena testa štetnosti. Ono što želim da vam ukažem, da harm test je zapravo test koji smo mi preuzeli u naš pravni sistem i nije nikakav poseban papir, što imam prilike da vidim u spisima predmeta. To nije nikako posebno formiranje neke tročlane komisije koja će da cijeni spise predmeta i da dođe do određenih zaključaka. To je sadržajno obrazloženje rješenja. Tako da smo i prilikom razmatranja odredbe ZUP-a člana 22 stav 7 da svako rješenje mora da da jasne razloge zašto ste nekoga odbili u tom dijelu je zapravo te štetnosti koji je prepoznat u našem zakonu o slobodnom pristupu informacijama, znači u praksi, i želim također da podvučem da se može primjenjivati samo u onim situacijama kad postoji ograničenje. Drugo pitanje je ako postoji ograničenje koje su to štetne posljedice koje su nenadoknadive, i treće pitanje koje je itekako vezano, a to je da li postoji preovlađujući javni interes. Dakle, vi morate da date sami sebi kao ovlašteni službenici za slobodan pristup informacijama odgovore na ta tri pitanja i da napišete kvalitetno sadržajno rješenje bez kopiranja prvog stava člana 16, sa čim su zapravo upoznati kolege kada je pitanje slobodan pristup informacijama. Izvinite, ako samo...
Niste, da poučim, hvala lijepo.
Možda sam bio nedovoljno jasan, znači u prva dva slučaja od strane Nataše Pešić, sekretarijata njenog i sekretarijata Boža Milunića, ja sam dobio pravnu pouku da se žalim vama, ali napred Kandić je napisao da imam pravo da se žalim u pravnom sudu od 20 dana. Samo to da naglasim da ne bude, tako da je to već napredak osjeća se. Hvala.
Je li ima još neko konkretno pitanje za nekog učesnika ili da polako privodimo kraju? Prvi, drugi, treći put. Dobro, hvala vam svima. Hvala lijepo. koncentraciji. Dakle, završni panel, pretpostavljam ima i malo umora, ja jesam malo na ivici, ali izgurat ćemo i ovo, dakle, posvećaj javnim nabavkama. Sa nama su Jelena Jovetić, v.d. generalne direktorice Direktorata za investicije i razvojne projekte, Ministarstva financija i socijalnog staranja. Hvala što ste tu. Zatim Ana Đurnić, istraživačica javnih politika i instituta Alternativa. Raško Milačić, novinar, novina Dan. Sa nama je virtuelno German Filkov, Centar za građanske komunikacije Makedonije. I sa nama je tu Lazar Grdenić, mreža za afirmaciju nevladinog sektora. Dakle, novi zakon je usvojen, ako se ne varam.
The new law was adopted 2 years ago, as far as I remember. What are the legal solutions, bearing in mind that we have 500 million euro in public procurement and no indictment so far regarding that procedure? And it's strange because public procurement in countries like this with such weak institutions are actually open for crime. Can we hear you? What is the situation? Thank you, Mr. Komnenic. On behalf of the Ministry of Finance and Social Welfare, it's a pleasure to participate in month's conference dedicated to corruption, with special reference to the policy of the Ministry of Finance, which should be harmonized with international standards. You mentioned that in the previous period we were committed to the reform process, and we can really say that out of the countries of all the countries of the Western Balkans, we have made bigger steps forward. The importance of public procurement is very important for every state, not just for the public institutions, but also for the participation of private institutions in public funds. We have done regular reports in the last several years, about 500 million euro on average. We had 608 million euro in the record 2019 year, which is 10 to 12% of GDP. The amount of public procurement shows how important they are, not just for the segment of private consumption, but also when it comes to the competencies of public policies or scope of public policies. I can go through a presentation and present the data that we have in the Ministry of Finance. Just be brief, please. When speaking about the biggest step forward in public procurement after the harmonization of the reform framework is the electronic system of public procurement, which is the biggest reform in public reform. Through the system of public procurement, which is the first system of electronic system, we enable entities to have an easier access to the information. If you look into the data from the system, these are the latest data from the 1st of December. We have all registered entities, and we have 2,617 bidders. Out of them, 2,028 are active. The initiated procedures are close to 5,000 through the new electronic system of public procurement. We have simple procurement. There is therefore no segment of public procurement except those realized through invoices, which is below 5,000 euro. all the others are within the electronic system. The access to public procurement has been made more transparent and the intensity of the competition has increased. Do you have any legislative problems, shortcomings? What do you intend to improve? Where do you see the room for manipulation as well? When you speak about the regulatory framework, the regulation in all the countries of the Western Balkans. Can you, we have a problem with microphone. She's speaking to the facilitator, not into the microphone. The problem is not the regulatory framework. What was the intention of the Ministry of Finance? We had subordinate pieces of legislation that were adapted to the facilitation of practical procedures. We have done monitoring with the colleague who participate in the system of public procurement. This also refers to our colleagues with the inspections. Next year, we plan to make some amendments to the law on public procurement. What are they? The statement of commercial entities, which is a preliminary evidence which relieves the entities of some additional costs.
Sama prati poreska dugovanja, isto to se odnosi i na kaznenu evidenciju i sve one baze koje država već posjeduje kao svoje, da to prosto...
Sorry, we're having a problem with the microphone of the speaker. If I may just add some crucial data from the system, it allows total communication with all the participants in the procedures, which is our biggest contribution to transparency. In addition to the concluded agreement on public procurement, and there are also all the annexes of agreements, which raises the accountability of all those who participate in the tender procedures. They also published the report on the implementation of the procedure of public procurement, which is important, bearing in mind the importance of the public to know the whole procedure of public procurement can be followed through this electronic system. There is an electronic complaint, e-complaint, or e-appeal in the electronic form at the end. Just several crucial information regarding availability of data. We publish guidelines, we publish important information on public procurement system, and we try to meet the requirements of the international standards through this system. It is also important regarding transparency of this framework is that in addition to the annual report, the Ministry of Finance for the first 6 months created a periodical report on public procurement from the period of the 1st of January to the 30th of June 2021. There is also the responsibility of the private sector to provide information. Have you dealt with the analysis of the previous system? We prepare annual reports. In each annual report, there is a review of everything for that fiscal year. If you ask about the data from the system, we monitor the part or the whole procedure of every single public procurement. If there are some irregularities within the system, there is the clear procedure. There is also the appeal procedure, which is clear. We haven't restricted the right to appeal. If somebody identifies some irregularities, they can submit an appeal. And I really believe that in the appeal procedure, we have managed to prevent some procedures and that should have been directed to a different way at the very beginning. When there is an entity interested in the public procurement, through this whole system, we get the information that is necessary. And what we have actually done is just a basis for some future reforms. And we have the agenda for the next 5-year period. At the end, I want to say something else and conclude the last report of the European Commission for Montenegro. Chapter number 5, public procurement, was assessed as good progress, taking into account our efforts in the previous years regarding this field and taking into account the that we persisted to apply, we have reached this assessment. It is a clear indicator that we are on a good way in our reforms, and I believe in the period to come and with more participation of the public and more transparency of the procedures, we can speak about the better system. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, the impression is that the law is an old talk. To a largest degree, it has been aligned with directives, and I can't say anything bad about that. The European Commission and Sigma both reported that in their reports, and we got the same remarks in 2015, and the European Commission and Sigma both said that the law is okay and that we should work on the implementation. So now, after such a long time, I wonder how come that we wasted such a long time, given that we had a good legislative grounds. So this is how the reform of public procurement operates. If we always talk about law, go back to analyzing the law, and instead of talking about its implementation, then the problem is what's happened in the process of public procurement in the last year. We see that the new government wants to share the information when it comes to the old government, but it's not inclined to systematically work on developing system in which will prevent this government or any other to breach the law. So we have the case of Ministry of Interior and procurement of equipment, and so we have concerns about our system, whether it could prevent abuses in future. Commission sent a very important message that it explained in the new methodology and classified its public procurements in basic requirements together with 23 and 24. They grouped it with anti-corruption measures, and they are very clear about that in their methodology, which is to say that in Montenegro, when it comes to public procurements, the focus should be on conflicts of interest, on anti-corruption clauses regarding public procurement and oversight on implementation. When it comes to the oversight, we see that all the institutions are related to the government. We have inspection, we have Directorate for Policy of Public Procurement within the Ministry of Finance and Social Welfare. And we have the measures, the members of the Commission to protect the rights of participants in public procurement, also attached to the government. Because we believe that these three members of the Commission should be detached from the government, and Parliament should appoint them, because these are the institutions that would ring the bell, that would ring the alarm, if something is not okay. They should come before the prosecutors. We have the Anti-Corruption Agency, which has been totally detached from the public procurements. They have access to database of public officials. They have the link with the database of legal entities, so they could look at the history of contacts and businesses. We also have electronic system of public procurement, which is not connected to other databases. And so I want to say that it is a chaos, but that it is the system that enables the rules to be twisted. And so all the rules that we have nicely prescribed and worded in the law remain just letters on the paper. And the Commission showed us clearly where to focus and which direction to take, because we have preventive system that didn't work, whereas the repressive is absolutely idle, because they can't we don't have any final decision regarding the offenses connected with public procurement. I won't list the problems, but €500 million volume of €500 million of public procurement are to deserve to be better oversight. It's not only about transparency and competitiveness, it is a technical thing, and should be something that makes stuff easier and makes procedures easier. And we have to address the essence of that. The new mechanism that this new law brought about, and which I believe won't be too useful, is the Institute of the Report of Realization of Public Procurement. So we also had a situation some years ago that everything is transparent when before the and up to the point of conclusion of the contract, but we don't know what happens afterwards, whether they have ordered, for example, American equipment and got Chinese or else. So if you take a look into any of the public procurement reports, it is an Excel table which specifies the dates, some of the payments, records, but no documents with it. We don't have receipts or service documents and so on and so forth. So without going into details, when it comes to capital investments, we don't even have for them as the most procurement intensive activity. We don't get to the point where they would show or and present the papers, the receipts, and appropriate reports. And only after that comes the prosecutor, if the things are not regular. So public procurements have been moved to the cluster of anti-corruption activities. So no matter if we have electronic system of recording and keeping a record of public procurement, nothing will happen before they understand that they are the bulwark against the corruption. And if there are mechanisms in place that will help fight against corruption before it becomes a tool and fights against corruption. So what about media? I would like to talk about the experience and how we look upon public procurements from the position of what we do. Public procurements should make things easier for us and should be open to us. For example, if we are interested in a topic, for example, if we want to look into tenders, we should be able to just log into the website and take a look at who the commissioning authority is, which agency or body of the government or administration or commissioned or ordered something to purchase, expressed its idea to purchase some goods or services. But now, since it is like an abstract document, we have to open each and every item one by one, because we should be given the option to see how, for example, if some company got many contracts, won many bids in a year, contrary to others, as opposed to others, etc. Then we want to check what was purchased and what we got. So we get the information from the directorate. We get some information, yet we are they are not these that I suggested and that I implied. I believe that the records should be kept in such a way that we could easily find those information. As for annexes, very rarely, they tend to very rarely to publish those, and we know how important annexes are because they can cause or if they contain the provisions regulating some works that might increase the cost. There was a sports center, sports halls that was opened in November, and the next month the roof started leaking. And the contractor fixes the problem, but then charges for that, and the public and the people again pay for that. Even though, given the commissioned works, it should have been of good quality. So in 2020, 540 million euros were spent in procurements for below 5,000, which are negotiated directly, and there is a huge number of these. So 2/3. So we see that there is an enormous number of the contracts that are directly negotiated and concluded. But the sheer fact of how many of them have been commissioned is a concern, is of our serious concern. So, and we see that there are very few bidders at procurements, and so which is especially dangerous, which is especially concerning when we are aware of the fact that there are direct bids for low-value procurements. So, Lazar, you have the floor. I want to look into the chronology of that because this law and its previous version actually yes, we had the law that was drafted by people who knew how public procurements could be misused and abused, and that is what they made sure to avail of opportunities. As for controls, we have to train inspectors. There are very few people who do the inspections, and the report of the European Commission gave instructions that are very precise, and but it didn't recognize the specifics of our system. And the system didn't manage to prevent and preempt fixing the projects and fixing the public procurement arrangements. So an enthusiast and a research journalist, investigative journalist has to can always find a contentious thing or a contentious provision in the law, because, as I've told you, it was drafted in the by the previous incumbency who knew what it was doing. This year,
the budget was late, and we didn't have so many public procurements for goods and services, mainly construction works. So the amount was 50 million euro for urgent procurement in the first half of this year. So the real estate property provided equipment for the kitchen, and they did it for the clinical center, and they did it only within 2 days, although it was supposed to last 7 days. So we have some paradoxical situations in this procurement, and that is because VAT number was wrongly put there, and that field remains very sensitive within this system. It is especially susceptible to corruption. The second thing is political will, whether there will be political will with this or any other future government to deal with these things that are not functioning well within the system. And good example for that is Marko Carevic, mayor of Budva, who called for tenders as a mayor and concluded agreements with another company who was just on a paper the contractor, but actually the real contractor was his own company. That happened in several situations, and I will remind you that because you said that there was no final decision in the field of public procurement, obviously there is no political will to cope with that. Prosecutor's office expressly rejected a criminal complaint. I was closely linked to people who are lawyers and who told me that there was no ground for criminal complaint. And I'm not a lawyer, and I can conclude that if a mayor concludes an agreement with his own company, that there has to be a conflict of interest and corruption. So the institutions very often are not networked, and it is very often left to somebody else to decide the conflict of interest, why the anti-corruption agency remains passive. They just check declarations of public officials, property declarations. But unfortunately, the problem is not just cooperation with the anti-corruption agency, but also with the judicial bodies. We had the case of Bushkovic, where we saw that the state gave several million worth tenders to the company which was accused of tax evasion and criminal organization, participation in a criminal organization. So, and this court decision, it took it 3 months to go from one institution to another. In the meantime, they could participate in the tender. There's many examples of this kind. And at the end of this first part, I want to say that one of the most important steps in terms of future prevention of abuses in the field of public procurement should be the introduction of the qualification of the abuse of position in the public procurement procedures. So far, in these few court proceedings, people have been accused only for the abuse of their official duty, but nothing more than that. Thank you. I would like to give the floor to German Filkov from Macedonia, and we apologize for not doing that before. I first gave the floor to the host, so now you have the floor. I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon to everyone. I hope you heard us. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to see some dear faces, especially Ms. Jovetic and Ms. Juratic and the colleagues from MANS. I would now switch to English, not to spoil your language anymore.
So I think that my part of what I want to say is somewhere between the law and the practice. Actually, what Ms. Jovetic and Ms. Jurnic spoke about. In Macedonia, we've been lucky, as when I say we, I think our organization, to be invited a couple of years ago by the Ministry of Finance to fully participate in drafting the new law. The law was adopted in January 2019, and it was implemented since April 2019. So it's relatively new law, but we have almost 2.5 years of full implementation of a law, which is enough to assess the implementation. I'm not going to read all transparency, accountability, and responsibility provisions in the law. There are a lot of them. Actually, the government accepted all our proposals for these articles in the law. As you know, our procurements are fully implemented in fully electronic form. All documents are perceived as public documents. So there are a lot of documents and information and data available online on the electronic system, and all other that are not available online can be requested by Freedom of Information Act. Institutions actually provide us with all these documents. To mention few, all procurement notices, tender documentation, annual plans, contract notification, all contracts with prices are available online. So in part of the anti-corruption, there are also a lot of provisions that are actually aimed to tackle corruption in all public procurement cycle. One interesting provision is that no one can really force an employee to do something illegal in public procurement. All instructions to any person involved in public procurement must be done in written form or in via email. So, and also all employees can refuse all instructions that are perceived as illegal. These are only few measures that I would like to mention. Also, there are other interesting provisions such as full overview of the documents that any bidder can ask for during the procedure after the decision for selection of the most favorable bid is taken, and before submitting an appeal, which is really an insight in all documents, so they can really prepare better if there are some appeal for the tender. So the law provides really a lot of these articles that are aimed at greater transparency and anti-corruption, but also the law leaves space for discretionary actions because the law is regulatory framework. It cannot really cover all aspects of public procurements. And the practice or the implementation of all these rules is indicative of a rather different reality. First, there are almost no cases of corruption in public procurement being reported within any institution, which is really mandatory by the law of public procurement. And there are no cases of persons that rejected to act upon illegal instruction given by some responsible person or managerial staff. And you know better than I know that being fully electronically public procurement does not mean that they are really they fight against corruption, because this is only one measure, and 50% of companies in Macedonia they are still being surveyed say that there is a corruption in tenders in my country, and also increased transparency, which is obvious, was not sufficient to really improve significantly state of affairs in public procurement. My colleague Anna mentioned the report of Sigma published the other day. Is the same situation. Macedonia for the first time got the highest assessment for the legal framework, but then in the implementation we got 2 and 3, and in the legal we got 5, so or 4. So it's really this discrepancy between the regulation and the practice. Just to mention some of the frequent risks of corruption in practice. First is procurement of goods, services, and works that are not actually needed. Then low implementation of the procurement plans, then changes to estimated value immediately before organizing the tender. Then procedure in which prices bidded are just the same with the estimated value that is not published. Then public procurement commission that is with permanent composition, the same people are sitting there. Then high share of rejected bids in the evaluation stage. Then high share of annulled procedure, high share of negotiation procedure, high share of procedure with only one bid, high share of appeal of approved appeals by the State Appeal Commission, then a low record keeping and monitoring of contract execution. Anna mentioned also this problem. Absence of procurement details in the contract signed, and high share of annexes. So what should be done, I think, is the same situation in both countries. What we think after all this 17 years of daily monitoring of public procurements, we think that all institutions should really work on internal procedures that will cover all stages in the public procurements. And this is of crucial importance, because these procedures can really cover all these aspects that are not mentioned in the law, and they are when there is a discretionary right to act. Then again, we think that because all institutions in our country are obliged to do a risk assessment and to work and to prepare and adopt and implement risk management plans to include public procurement, risk of corruption in public procurement in their risk management plans. To be honest while drafting these plans, to learn from the practice, from the problems, and to really, in one word, to narrow the room for corruption in implementation of the public procurement law.
Hvala najljepše.
I can talk for hours, but this is the shortest.
Hvala najljepše.
Hvala i vama.
Hvala.
Thank you. Microphone. Nema Petar mikrofon. We have heard from colleagues that there is some kind of an organized chaos. Thank you for the question. I think that there is a general consensus of those who are on the other side regarding public funds. I don't think that we have done nothing or that we have done little in the previous period. I primarily mean here the regulatory framework, which is harmonized with international standards. On the other hand, I also mean the electronic system of public procurement, not only in the terms of transparencies. There is better communication of regarding public procurement, but there is a new form practically of public procurement. It's easier to undertake measures when there are visible cases of violations. When it comes to creating policies of public procurement, as a directorate or the whole Ministry of Finance, we do have the information on the importance of fighting such irregularities. Montenegro and the Western Balkans are the only area susceptible to such areas. And we are trying to see how we can implement our activities. In any case, each activity by the Ministry of Finance was aimed at overcoming gaps in intersectoral cooperation and what the institutions should do jointly to deal with the irregularities and to narrow down these irregularities. It's not just the intention of Montenegro, but all the other countries that distribute public funds through public procurement. So that's why public procurement has been formally resolved. When you have step-by-step procedure, then the way of irregularities narrows down the possibilities of such phenomena. On the other hand, what happened through different agreements, through different ways of the implementation of these agreements, we are here speaking about the abuses that do not have anything to do with the regulatory framework or the implementation of the law on public procurement. We're actually I can't hear him, sorry, his microphone is off, obviously.
Govorimo o akcijama. Znači, mi govorimo o tome da je to...
It's not... I've spent all my career in the Ministry of Finance. It's so I can say that the reforms are a process, and we are persistent in the reforms. And in the previous period, it was when we had a difficult institutional way to harmonize the request of the public and the private sectors and balance that through the regulatory framework, relying on international standards. So the public procurements have had the most reform potential. With the new methodology of negotiation with the European Union, they are in the cluster with the chapters 23 and 24. And our joint activities within this cluster are actually joint activities that imply all other public policies, not just public procurement, but a joint action which includes fighting corruption generally, or fighting all the irregularities that may occur, because no matter how good your regulatory framework is, there will always be some problems in the implementation. There has been, however, a clear commitment and determination to narrow down these irregularities through our reforms. We could hear from our colleagues individual cases that refer to some abuses, which, according to the regulatory framework that we are going to amend again in order to bring this tool to avoid as much as possible abuses. So a regulatory framework will never be able to regulate every single aspect. So after the agreement of public procurement is concluded, you may, in some situations, as we could see, get the goods that you did not order. So the law on public procurement cannot resolve such cases in any segment, but our intention is to improve the policy through the reform processes, and I do believe that the Ministry of Finance will be successful in that segment.
I don't want to downplay the efforts of making the regulatory framework for public procurements, but I'm not ready to accept that public procurement lasts for as stretches until the signature of the contract of the agreement, and the public procurements are not to end at the point of conclusion of the agreement, and that all the rest should be classified as something else. Or qualified as something else. So public procurement, I'm afraid, is all. So it is how it delivers some service or goods for citizens. If you ask me, the definition of public procurement is that it goes up to the delivery of service or goods to citizens. That is why this process should be looked upon integrally. And of course, I know that the system cannot observe each and every public procurement in that way in entirety, but we know that there are some procurements of the certain value that should be looked at, and that they could be more prone to corruption and other forms of criminal behavior. So in 2015, we heard the remarks that our law is okay, and then the government managed to change and amend some provisions and brought it backwards. And it's led back into something that is of poorer quality than one before. So one step forward, two backwards. We have the system, we have the legislation. We believe that that the special attention should be given to consolidated procurements, to specific forms of procurement. I believe that it should be observed as an part of fight against corruption. You can't wait for the day to have everything in place and start fighting corruption in 20 years. So we had in 2020 the system, the third system, that you are using, and now it is very difficult, as my colleagues mentioned. They are very difficult to browse, and they are not linked to other databases. We wanted to make a list of biggest biggest procurement winners. We couldn't compile the list. We don't have a full and accurate report on how, for example, much BMAX got through works. We don't have information, and that is why it's backsliding in terms of transparency in the field of public procurement from the aspect of fight against organized corruption. The process has lasted long already, and my NGO Institute Alternativa has already indicated to that. We have some good things, but definitely reforms are more than needed. And we, in the new methodology, the European Commission has signaled that because not all public policies were consolidated in that group on the new methodology. From the Lazarus presentation and intervention, I remembered something. We have a case and a problem that needs to be addressed. We had Fidia company where we can't hear the speaker because his head is turned away from the mic. His company wins contracts. I think his son is the executive director, and he's the owner, and the company can win a contract. Is the authorized person, has never been convicted for any criminal offense. So what they do is that just they put someone on the position of representative of a company, and in that way avoid and twist the rule. And we know that even though this guy was appointed executive director, we know that the executive director by rule observes and takes orders from the owner. Oh, Lazar, yeah, this problem has to be addressed through law, but I believe it has already been addressed, and that is that the company has to supply also the certificate that it has never been sanctioned for any criminal offense in doing business. What they usually do, Blagojevic and Toshkovic companies concluded plea bargain agreement, and by just doing that, they could also twist the rules. And he mentioned this case, and they can earn again the money for which they were charged by delivering on government's contract. And there is a new institute. There we have the Institute of Market Analysis. It is a possibility, but not the legal norm or requirement. So it is up to institution whether to do the market analysis or to study the market. So when we looked into the procurements ordered by the city of Podgorica. For example, 1 kilometer of the highway is 25 million. 500-meter road is 50,000 or so. So I refuse to believe it was true, and we need to look at us, the investigating journalists and analysts, is to again go from institution to institution, look through the register, by opening each and every item, and we do it manually instead of electronically. So you still can't use the available documents, even though, and then it's a very tough task. You have to read through thousands of pages to see which authority has commissioned procurement projects, etc. So this system actually twisted and used the system of procurement. So this company, BEMAX, even complained in very few cases where they didn't win the contract. And then the commissioning authority would call off the bid, and in the next round, BEMAX would win the contract. So the former incumbency has built a monster that threatens to win each and every bidding to do what they want, and given that the fact how much they've already earned, they've become big companies. We have Volvo, Sany, and others like companies that earned their capital exclusively from the projects of the state, and this is not helpful for the resilience and flexibility of the market. Lazar reminded me of this. When it comes to the market analysis, that is the novelty in the law. However, it's so open-ended that it is susceptible to abuse, and it's not. They don't need to document that they did market analysis. So we don't know whether the commissioning body or institution has done this analysis, and how they consulted the prices in the market in order to weigh properly the needs they have. They are about to satisfy through public procurement system. So as for the companies, we have some companies that have got such credentials by winning bids in the previous system, and they don't need this government, former government, future government, because they have experience that they can hardly lose the bid from the new bidders in the market. Yeah, we made a good start, but it is necessary to know what are who are the bidders in order to put them under special scrutiny, given that they have such credentials that are very difficult to ignore, and our market is slow, so we frustrate attempts to introduce competition in the market. Would you like to say something? Yes, just let me be brief. I want to thank our colleagues for what they said and presented, reflecting on our system and our reforms that came from different sides. What is important for us is that for this year we have had 2,000 cases. We have more than 2,000 legal entities registered. And when we speak of the participation in the public procurements bids, we see is that they actively participate in those bids, and we understand something that I want to reiterate, like I did in the first part, and that is that we have made agenda for the 5 years on, and it requires responsible behavior and work of all parties to the proceedings, but also the active participation of NGOs and others as well, in order to make steps into the right direction and to implement the system accordingly. Does anyone have a question? I believe it's pretty late in the day. I don't think we have. Good. If there are questions, I'll be fine.
Hvala vam još jednom svima na učešću, hvala i vama.